I'm looking at some feeds here right now in En Vivo, Puerto Vallarta, or Vallarta. I guess that's Vallarta. That's the way you say it. Puerto Vallarta. And we've got a feed here, and you can see smoke in the background. But we're going to go through all the different feeds right now in just a second. But I want to show you guys just a live cam shot. This is happening right now, Puerto Vallarta, and this is a major destination for a lot of people that are traveling and going on vacation from the U.S. But this right here, as you can see, there's a little smoke in the background. You can see, like, you really can't really see it here, but you can see like some smoke here, and I saw some smoke in the background over here too. But you can see there's smoke over here as well, kind of going off in the background. But everything's burning inside of the major cities. So I'm going to go ahead and start showing you all the footage. This is happening as we speak. This is major chaos. The U.S. has put out alerts to U.S. citizens to shelter in place. This was a major hit on a cartel leader that it's like assassinating a president. Really, that's kind of what just happened in terms of the cartels. The cartels are very powerful in Mexico. They basically almost control the government. In fact, many people say they do control the government. So we're going to start showing you guys some of this footage now. Let's go ahead and start looking at some of this stuff. These are just some of the videos that are coming out right now. Let me get my screen up here really quick. And we'll be covering live news feeds too as well. So just hold tight. Let me just get everything up here that we need to see here. And thanks for those who alerted us to what's going on. I was really focused on a bunch of other things that I had to get accomplished here, but this is some of the footage now coming out. They're basically just firebombing everything. Okay, so that was just a little visual of what was happening there. I'm trying to get my screen set up here. Let's see what else we got here. So we got pictures of just cars being put on fire, buildings on fire, banks. I heard there's 20 different banks that they've basically set on fire. Hold on a minute. Yeah, they said 20 different banks have been set on fire. Let me turn this down in the background here. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I mean, 20 banks, really? I mean, that's huge. Let's see what else we got here. This is an airport. I guess the airport's under attack. Guadalajara Airport is under attack. So this is the airport. Okay, so I think we just saw that. Didn't I just show that video there, I think? Yeah, we saw that. Let's see what else we got here.
No mommy.
What did he say? No mommy? Oh, hopefully there wasn't anybody in there.
¿Usted es el del taxi?
No, no es taxi.
A taxi?
¿Usted está bien?
Sí.
Sí, nomás el susto. Ay, migazo. ¿Lo bajaron o qué?
Sí.
¿Qué le dijeron?
Nos bajamos a la chingada y con la pistola. ¿Por qué le iba a tirar? A ver.
¿Eran de la Jalisco o qué? ¿Y aquí qué es?
All right, so this is just kind of goes on. Let me just see here. It just basically shows what's happening there. Now, I want to show you guys some other footage that's coming out of Twitter right now. Let me get the Twitter feed up here. Some pretty crazy footage. My goodness. Get the Twitter feed here. Look at some of this stuff. My gosh. This is Twitter here. This says this is out of the airport. It says just in after U.S. eliminated top cartel leader El Mencho during a military operation in Mexico today. It says the new Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or the CJNG, has retaliated by storming the Guadalajara airport with armed gunmen. They are now taking American tourists hostage at nearby highways and hotels. I told you guys, this is going to be like a Mumbai event back in India when they stormed all the Western hotels, and they came in like teams, and they came in. I said they're going to do the same thing here. This is what's going to be causing ultimate chaos in America, and here it is in Mexico. I don't doubt that they're not going to send in teams, or that they don't already have teams, sleeper cells in preparation for this very moment. When we start going live with the Iran attack, I'm going to tell you what, it may even happen before that, but we tried to get everybody ready and up to speed on what we saw coming. And this is it. This is the big one. This is what's going to hit the fan so hard here in America. And what you're seeing right now in Mexico is what you probably are going to be seeing in America. Okay, this is Trump's ultimate trump card. This is chaos on a scale that's going to usher in this global peace accord that he himself is going to chair. Okay, this is what Trump is doing right now. He is basically, hitting those hornet nests. He's going to start hitting them all. Bam, 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 bam. You're going to have hornets everywhere. Okay, this is what's going down now. So look at this. Okay, I got some new videos here, so hold on. New videos coming in right now.
No te muevas. Bájate, entrégate. Las manos arriba. No te muevas. No te muevas. Bájate, entrégate. Las manos arriba.
They were saying arriba, arriba. Andale. Oh, it looks like this is one of the cartel members, I guess, that they caught. Let me see. This is the moment you realize those aren't police officers. Okay, so are those cartel members? I don't even know. Okay, so this is another something going on here. You know, I can't tell what is police and what is cartels because they're the police and the cartels are just like military. I mean, they literally are like a they're like a military they're more powerful than even the government. So from what I understand, the cartels have more power and are controlling aspects of the Mexican government. So this probably is, what does this say here? Some footage showing the large-scale mobilization. So this is the Mexican army that's mobilizing. What in the world is this? Okay, insane footage of the C-17 Globemaster flying through Brisbane. Now that was old footage. I think I saw that, but whoever flew that plane, I can't believe they did that. I don't think that's AI, but I saw that a while back. That's just absolutely crazy footage. Okay, so we have some more footage here coming in. Hold on. That's the Mexican National Guard, I know. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at some of the other stuff here that we're looking at. Oh, that's a warthog. That sounds like a warthog. Mexican forces deploy UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters armed with minigun against CJNG positions near Ecoterra. So they're coming in with their guns, with their Black Hawks. Look at this.
Yo soy grabadora. ¡Mamá! ¡Venga tú para acá! ¡Para acá!
All right, so I'm sorry I was muted there. These are banks that are being attacked. Huge amounts of banks. These are all banks within. Oh, look, that's a Costco. Did you see that? That was a Costco. Now, just think about this happening in the U.S. You see that right there? You don't think that that's not going to happen here? Okay, I'm just telling you guys. This is why I've told you guys to prepare, because things are going to go crazy sideways here in the U.S. This is not just going to stay contained, especially when Iran goes hot. You got the cartels pissed off, and they've got sympathizers, I'm sure, all throughout the country. You know, with what's going on here, they're probably embedded in every single city in America. You're talking about cartels that have huge amounts of money and interests that have just been attacked by Trump. Trump's basically assassinated their leader. Now, this would be on the akin to like maybe going after North Korea or something like that. You assassinate Kim Jong-un, you're going to have fallout, right? I'm not saying that we're going to lose, but we're going to go through blowback. There's going to be all kinds of repercussions. And I think Americans don't realize how bad this could actually get here on the homeland. I mean, look, Costco. This is Costco. Look at Costco burning on fire. You see all those cars on fire out there? I mean, they're just setting everything on fire. Cars everywhere. Cars on fire. Costco's on fire. Cartels are ordering them to kill any Mexican military they see. That's what it says right here. This is where they shut everything down. America, I can see America going into martial law. When all this stuff starts really hitting the fan globally, all these wars really break out. And it's not going to be just in Iran and in our ships potentially being targeted and our bases being targeted and Israel being targeted. This is going to be wide scale. This is a global war. I hope you guys understand the scale of what potentially could unfold right now with China and Russia being involved. They have huge interest as well. And their interest is that we don't succeed in what Trump is trying to accomplish, which may be just bringing about chaos, because that's kind of what I think is really going. My personal opinion is that Trump is positioning himself to be a global leader and some kind of arbiter of some global institution that is rivaling and actually surpasses the UN. And that's what this Board of Peace is. And it's got 7 heads and 10 horns, right? You've got 3 tiers of board members. You got the top tier, which is 7 members. You got the middle tier, which is 10 members. That's right there out of the Bible, 7 heads, 10 horns. And then you've got the bottom tier of administrative board, which basically is supposed to rebuild Gaza, right? But this is the biblical chaos that I believe is the tribulation, and people don't really see that this was actually potentially going to happen because their eyes are completely closed. They don't have any clue what's going on. And this is for Christians that should know. They should know their Bibles and they should understand what's going on here. These are, I don't know if this is the airport. Yeah, this is the airport. Look at this, they're shooting.
¿Están bien?
Okay, this right here is, what is this?
Esto es lo que estamos viviendo. Es horrible. Yo sé que igual está nada más generando pánico, pero hoy lo están logrando.
This is a different airport. Okay, so this looks like a government vehicle that looks like it's been shot up.
¿Te dieron? Checa ya la celda, la morra, güey.
And we don't want to show any dead bodies. I hope there's nobody dead in there.
Hey, ¿te dieron?
Let's see. There's probably somebody dead in there.
Ponte en un lugar. Sí quedó mi vehículo.
It looks like there's somebody got their hands up in the air there. Yeah, it looks like somebody was surrendering or something. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Did you see that? I'm gonna turn this down. My gosh. These are cartel, you can tell these are cartel people here. They're just shooting and killing people, it looks like.
Te estoy diciendo que está aquí. Les estoy diciendo.
This is happening all over Mexico, guys. This is not just some isolated little area. This is happening all throughout Mexico.
Métete.
That's just some of the gunfire that somebody's recording outside their window. Those are major gunfire going on right outside somebody's front door. Wow. Let's see what this says here. It says the National Port System Administration of Manzanillo announces the port operations have been temporarily suspended following the attacks by the CJNG on private and public institutions. So this is probably going to be a lot longer. These are probably ports here. It says the CJNG, this is the cartel's central command order. It's Cesarios to specifically start targeting Mexican military personnel in the state of Michoacán. According to reports via the radio orders, each police officer or Mexican soldier killed will amount a prize of 20,000 Mexican pesos or $1,200 US dollars in prizes for the cartel members that kill them, right? So they're giving bounties on soldiers or military that are killed by cartel members. The Mexican Armed Forces and the Mexican federal government confirmed that military operation was intended to capture El Mencho and the inner circle of the most powerful Hispanic American cartel. So this is also an American cartel too. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or the CJNG, but he was killed in fighting during the operation. The Mexican government says some intelligence for the operation was supplied by the United States intelligence. Now, I had heard that the U.S. was involved in this as well. According to them, 3 Mexican SOF operatives were injured during clashes during the raid to capture El Mencho. The public is hereby informed that through Central Military Intelligence work, the National Intelligence Center, and the Attorney General's Office, Mexican Army Special Forces planned and executed an operation in Tapilpa, Jalisco, involving several aircraft from the Air Force and the National Guard's Special Immediate Reaction Force to apprehend Ruben N. A. Mencho. During this operation, military personnel were attacked, and in self-defense, they repelled the aggression, resulting in the deaths of 4 members of the CJNG criminal organization. This is all in Spanish, so you just heard the interpretation right there. Oops, what did I do? Okay, let's see what else we got here. All right, we saw all this. Let me just take a look and see what else we're missing here. Okay, and this right here was Mexican cartels in Jalisco State are forcing random truck drivers to hand over their trucks to create barricades. After they return the keys, they shoot at the drivers and kill him as he tries to run away. Jeez. Serious? They shoot it? They shot him? So these are cartel members that are filming this.
Come on.
Wow. Okay, I saw all that there. All right, here's some other footage here on Twitter. Let's look at this. This is Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. They're causing a prison break as well as shootouts and fires in the area. So I guess they're going in and breaking out prison. Look at this. This looks like a hellscape, man. This is like end of the world kind of stuff. Look.
Está en la estación de servicio, José. Está en 15 y mira el camión de ahí.
Wow. Let's see what that is here. Let's take a look at some of this other footage here. This is at the airport.
Gente corriendo.
We saw that already, I think. Let's see what else we got here.
Que 20, a ver si muy verga te topas con nosotros. Ahí tengo desamarrados los perros, culero. Y así voy a andar patrullando. Pues tu puta madre.
Órale, vente, hijo de puta madre. Bríncale a la verga. Bríncale al toro, perro.
Hijo de tu
A ver,
puta
sí,
madre.
perro.
Vas a pegar toda la verga,
perro.
culero.
Por gente inocente, sí, eres bien verga.
Pinche 20, a ver si...
I have no idea what they said, but somebody can interpret. If anybody can interpret that. Just fires burning everywhere. It looks like cars are all on fire. Bus is on fire. So they're commandeering buses. These are two different buses here. You can see how they're just setting them on fire, blocking the roads. Wow. Jalisco. See, I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's Jalisco. Vehicles with homemade armor ambush. What is this one? Oh wow! So this one has homemade armor. Let's see what this one is. You can see that they're shooting. There's a bunch of bullets hitting that white truck. You see the hitting and they're shooting all kinds of bullets. You can see it hitting the floor. What in the world is going on here? Something crazy there. Saw that already. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Look at the smoke. The whole city is on fire. Look at this. This is like a war. This is like a war on our southern border. Like, seriously, guys, this is like a war. Dang. Another bus on fire. I hope there was nobody inside those buses.
¿Y la Guardia Nacional? ¿Eh? No, pues ya cómo sacamos. Yo también dejé mis cosas.
She's crying. She's probably one of the passengers. Poor baby. Oh my gosh. Anyways, let me just move this over here and see what else we got here. Did we see this one?
Con cuidado, no se crucen, con cuidado. Cuidado, no se crucen. Cuidado. Con cuidado. No manches.
¡Pura gente del señor Mencho!
¡Mira, gente, el señor Mencho! ¡Mira, gente, el señor Mencho!
What is this? Oh, so this is who you're dealing with. These are the cartels. Look at how they're armed. This is the cartels you're talking about. Tell me they don't look like military. Look at the way their trucks are and everything. This is who you're dealing with. These are the cartels. These are all brand new cars. They're all like armored out, armor plated. Look at this. Wow. Holy cow.
Aquí andamos echándole ganas.
It's on our southern border, guys. This is on our southern border.
¡Pura gente de Mencho, señores!
All right, so, my gosh. You're talking about... You're talking about a military, guys. So, let me see something here really quick. This is in real time right here. This is a live cam of Puerto Vallarta. And you see all the smoke in the background? There's smoke back in here. Like, you can see all this smoke. This is what's going on. The whole place is on fire. I mean, you got smoke up here. You see the smoke up here too? Right up in here. You can see a smoke here. You can see smoke here. Smoke here, smoke here, smoke here. I even saw some smoke down in here a little bit ago, and some smoke over here on the coast here, right down in here. But let me just look up this one thing here real quick. I wanted to see something here. Whereabouts is this? Yeah, so this is central Mexico, but I think that this is going to affect things that are going on inside of the U.S. as well. I don't think this is just going to be contained to this one little area. Let's see. Yeah, Puerto Vallarta is, yeah, it's right there, and it's not too far. I mean, this is kind of where you're looking at right here, where this cartel is based out of, I guess. But all these sites here are where they're attacking. You know, these big destinations for U.S. citizens, where they go for a vacation. All these resorts. This is a very dangerous area to be in right now. The Marriott. What else is in here? I guess we're going to find out what happens there. All right, so let's take a look at this and see what else we got here. It says just in, U.S. military-led task force focused on cartel intelligence played a role in Mexico's operation targeting cartel boss El Mencho, a U.S. official said. According to the CBS News, a Pentagon joint task force that routinely coordinates with the Mexican military took part in the operation. Panic erupts as patients and medical staff flee from possible gunmen inside of Guadalajara Civil Hospital in the Mexican state of Jalisco. Jalisco. I guess that's the way you say it, right? I mean, look at this. They've got like RPGs and everything. Mexico says it seized rocket launchers capable of bringing down aircraft. Wow. From the cartels. They have the ability to bring down aircraft too. Look at that. Those are I thought those were RPGs. Isn't that what an RPG is? But if they can bring down aircraft, that's not good. The situation is bad in Mexico right now. Pray for us. Somebody says this is an American citizen, it looks like. Let's listen to see what he had to say.
This is Dan Dix here reporting for Press for Truth, coming at you here live in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Just had the military driving past me, and as I understand it, I should not be around anywhere where the police or the military are, because they are the target right now. As you can see, this whole place is like deserted right now because there's burning cars back there, burning cars right here, still smoldering, and the situation is incredibly intense.
Okay, guys, I'm getting also some information that Baja California is also being targeted right now. Baja, that's right there close to our southern border. Baja California. We told you guys it was coming up from the south in Mexico. This is all smoke and mirrors. People are not being told what's really going on, guys. There is going to be something that's going to affect our southern border. And if you're anywhere close by, you better be thinking about that.
As I'm sure you've already heard, there was a top drug lord cartel member, El Mencho, who has been killed. I believe there was a $15 million bounty on this man's head, and he is now dead. And that has caused this whole situation to pop off. The place looks like an absolute war zone right now, folks. Cartel has been setting up blockades in the streets, stopping cars. A whole bus was set on fire. You've got cartel members who literally look like the military. These guys are serious. These guys mean business. Costco was set on fire. A hospital was under attack. People running for their lives. There was the Guadalajara airport that was under attack. People literally running all over the place, screaming and crying. The Puerto Vallarta airport as well has had a big scare. A lot of people were evacuated on the tarmac. Had to run out on the runway to get away from the intense situation. And it seems like it's not about to slow down anytime soon. As I understand it, the cartel have announced that they are going to be entering private homes and potentially hotel resorts at 5 p.m. Our time if their demands are not met. So this thing could be just the beginning of what we're seeing here. I mean, the situation is so intense. I've been doing reports from my resort where there was just smoke surrounding all over the place, cars being lit on fire everywhere, and I've been posting those to my Twitter, Dan Dix PFT. A lot of people have been re-uploading the footage and just saying, look at this footage a tourist got. I'm not a tourist, guys. I'm a journalist. I'm here working, actually. I've been speaking at a conference for the last 5 days, in attendance at this conference, and I'm here now documenting on this situation live. And it was a little scary being over there right as I'm starting the video. I had military rolling up on me, and as I understand it, that could often be cartel members. And if it's not, these guys are the guys who are being targeted by the cartel members. So very, very intense situation popping off right here. As I said, you know, go to my Twitter if you want to keep up to date with my reports on this. Dan Dix PS.
This guy's in a lot of danger. He shouldn't even be out there. That's really stupid. But I know he's a journalist, but maybe he doesn't realize how serious the situation is. I don't know. This was his post. Okay, so this is some of his footage right here.
That black smoke, major flames there, huge plumes everywhere. Another big one over there. Another one directly behind this resort we're staying at. Pretty much surrounded by this right now. Really intense scene happening here in Puerto Vallarta. Hopefully we're able to get out.
You got people that are just sitting there walking around, tourists, like nothing's going on, you know. And you know, if it was me and I was there, I would definitely be looking at how to get out away from a resort like this, because this would be the major target. They're going to start targeting hotels. Did you hear that? They're going to start going into hotels, and that means they're going to start taking American hostages. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to take video footage of executions, and they're going to be posting it. This is what they're going to do. These cartels are brutal. These cartels are some of the worst. They're even worse than like ISIS. Remember back in the day when the ISIS was taking high definition video of executions of journalists and Jews they would catch. They would just basically do it right on a camera for the whole world to see, and they would upload it to the internet. Well, this is probably what they're going to end up doing. These cartels are more brutal than some of the ISIS types they were saying. I mean, if you haven't heard some of the things that they do to people, you know, just because of their drug wars, my gosh, it is just terrible. And this is happening on our southern border. Some of this stuff is happening on our southern border, these types of brutal killings. Now, when they start taking footage and trying to get people all stirred up, wait till that starts happening. Then you're going to see the justification for all-out war on Mexico, basically, because Mexico is being controlled by these cartels. You saw what they look like. They look like a complete military. They've got all unlimited resources and funds to buy weapons. And we're not just talking about like small arms. We're talking about things that can take airplanes out of the sky, rockets, grenades, you know, launchers. Who knows if they don't have missiles? I wouldn't be surprised if these cartels have missiles. They've got these drones that like the Iranians. They've got attack drones. They've got things that could fly over into the U.S. Just saying, you know, you need to be thinking about a lot of this stuff. This is look at this.
So everybody is being told to leave the area right now here on the beach. The tiki bar is being cleared out. All of these things are being cleared out. It's being roped off.
Look at this guy sitting there. He's just like sitting there lounging around like nothing's going on. Look at this guy down here. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea. These are American tourists out here having no idea that they could potentially be, you know, they're giving them a deadline till 5 o'clock. They're going to start taking people like this and executing them on camera. This is what I think they're going to do. You just, unless they have a resolution, unless something happens, these cartels are going to go all out board war mode. Okay, that's what they're going to do, and they're going to use U.S. citizens as the human shield to try to stop Trump from doing what he's doing, because they know that Trump is behind all this. They know that Trump's behind this, and they're going to use U.S. citizens as shields. That's what's going to end up happening. He's sitting there taking pictures of himself 21 hours ago on the beach. Some much needed beach time before we go home. Good times in Puerto Vallarta. Yeah. Well, it's not good times now. This is scary. Hopefully he gets out. Pray that he gets out because he might not be able to get out of there. All right, let's see what else we got here. U.S. citizens are asked to shelter in place. Let's see if I got the... By the way, that's Peter Thiel. I guess he was one of the journalists that caught Peter Thiel. U.S. citizens are urged to shelter in place after chaos erupts because of the cartels. Tourists in Puerto Vallarta are being terrorized as smoke engulfs the region. The JCNG, the JCNC cartel has warned that they will start entering hotels at 5 p.m. if their demands are not met. Let's look and see. Wow, look at all the smoke. Look at that. Did you see that right there? Isn't that like a cruise ship? Or no, maybe that's just a big yacht. Somebody that has lots of money, I guess, that has a big, huge yacht. That's a big yacht. I don't think that was a cruise ship, was it? Wow. Let's see what else we got here. All right, let's go over to some mainstream media and see what they're saying here. I'm kind of curious to hear what mainstream is saying on this. Let's see here.
So really interesting to see that right there.
Also, I was trying to get some more information here real quick. Let's see. So
No. You know, it's funny, there's not as many people on this as there should be. Let me just see what's going on here. It's like, where's all the mainstream media on this? Like, I don't see a whole lot of mainstream media watching this stuff. It's just mostly people like us, you know, like that are just citizen journalists out there that are watching what's happening. Here's some more footage. Let me put this one on here. This is a webcam, a live webcam right here. People are just kind of walking around like nothing major is happening. Let me look at some.
Estacionamiento. Al estacionamiento.
que no se puede salir.
Abajo.
As we continue to monitor the situation in Mexico and document the ongoing buildup in the Middle East, okay, so this is really what's happening. This is coinciding with the buildup. And, you know, I think we can literally see a coinciding event that's going to be happening right now in the Middle East. And who knows if there's not going to be other hotspots that just erupt, like Taiwan. Because they say that once we start something or something goes down with Iran, that China's going to make a move on Taiwan. And not only that, but the Strait of Hormuz could be shut down, which would literally cause your gas prices to double or triple overnight. And who knows if the cartels want to take advantage of that. You know, it's kind of like it's kind of like bum rushing a massive giant. You want to try to get as many moving pieces and as many swarms of events that surround a massive giant military like the U.S. all at once, especially on the homeland. Because if you can disrupt homeland, then it basically brings distractions to whatever operations are going on in other parts of the world. So they're probably looking at disrupting the homeland. So I'm just going to tell you right now, this should be something that you be thinking about, keeping your head on a swivel here, because especially if you're on southern border states and big cities, anywhere in the U.S. in a big city, I would say you want to be very aware of what's going down and not be caught in major populated areas. Just don't get caught up into areas where you're going to be in a bigger target, because they're going to be looking for targets, to make statements. What is this? Is this like people that? Oh, not sure what this is. It looks like the Mexican military is being heavily mobilized now, it says here. I'm sure that the U.S. is probably doing something in here too. You got Mexican tanks out there, AMX-13 armor vehicles on the streets. Okay, this is some more video here. Look at this. This is says members of the elite Delta Force from the CGNG seen mobilizing for combat against the Mexican army. So this is cartel members. This is their Delta, quote, Delta Force cartel members. Look at this. they got a Delta Force. Doesn't that look like military guys? I mean, not really. It doesn't. They don't really look like they're military, but they're definitely trained, and they're like a militia. So they're preparing for war with the Mexican military and probably the U.S. operations, because I'm sure that we're in there doing something. I mean, is it going to be to the point where, the Mexican government's going to call upon Trump to help? It's going to get to the point where they're overwhelmed with, maybe that's what Trump is looking for, right? This could be, you never know. Let me just update my title here real quick, because I think I got my title all messed up here. See here. Okay. I just had to update my title there. Let's see what else we got here. Whoops. Hey, who did that? Somebody just gave the coffee. Someone with 3 coffees, whoever that someone is, God bless. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. All right, let's go over here and check this one out here. Patrick Henningsen says, cartel wars, street unrest hits Puerto Rico. Or Puerto Vallarta. I was going to say Puerto Rico. Local and vacationing residents in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, are now sheltering inside their accommodations after cartel-related violence erupted in the streets today, with burning cars and buses placed to block main roads through the city, sending plumes of smoke up in the air and prompting warnings of a state emergency by local and federal authorities. The federal government is warning all residents in Jalisco State that criminal groups have set up roadblocks with burning vehicles, with reports of some passengers being pulled out of taxis and robbed. Reports of any injuries or worse have yet to be confirmed. Video report from 12:30 local time. So let's take a listen to see what this guy, he's probably saying the same thing.
And the federal government as well, so, and law enforcement. So again, we've spoken to locals here, and nobody has seen anything like this. People who have lived here for decades, including residents who were born here, native residents, saying this is a big issue. This is not something that they've ever encountered in their life. So again, this is completely a surprise, a shock to us. It's not something that we intended to be, reporting on. This is just something that's happened here. So as we're in the locale, I'm just reporting on it. I was here speaking at a conference, Anarchapulco 2026 on geopolitics and AI and propaganda. So again, we've been immersed in all these political topics and panel discussions for the last week, and then our conference is finished this week, and then this happens. So it's incredible. What I'm going to do is I'll get a close-up look at this. This is a bus that was put here this morning, set on fire in order to block this main thoroughfare into the city. And you'll see these roadblocks at strategic points around the city, we're told. Police have been dispatched to different places. They're moving around, dealing with situations. There's been reports of people being pulled out of taxis, all their belongings taken, cars set on fire, possibly people who've been injured, maybe killed. I don't have any confirmation on those reports at the moment. This has only happened in the last few hours, so everything you see behind me is fresh, really just a few hours old. The tires are still burning. The smell of burning tires and smoke is in the air in a lot of these, at some of these junctions here. This is one of the main junctions. We're by the Marina District here. We'll try to, maybe find out more information and maybe share that with you. But if you follow me, I'll give you a close-up look. And again, even the locals are shocked by this. This is highly unusual. People getting the sense that this is a major confrontation. And again, this has to be seen as a power struggle. It's the best way to put it. Power struggle between local, state, federal authorities, and what many would call organized crime under the general term of the cartel. So you can, it's the toxic fumes are pretty heavy. The flames have died down, but this was all
This looks like it's inside the bank. This is they're like I said, they're setting all the banks on fire too. All the banks. And this is the actual cartels going through an area where there's a bunch of families. You can see these cartel members right here with their guns. These are all cartel members with the guns. And people are just freaking out. Yeah, at least they're not shooting people. At least not there. This is a cartel member setting ablaze the they're setting ablaze the gas station. See how they're trying to set ablaze the gas station here. Now, see, that didn't actually work because once they light it, it goes out. Look. Oh, there's another video where it shows where it goes out. Like, watch. Oh, I don't have it. The actual flames go out because it burns. It doesn't burn hot enough, and it just burns off. Because gasoline will burn off after it. Especially if it's just kind of shallow. It needs a real intense heat to actually blow anything like that up. So these gas pumps are made in case there is a fire that it doesn't just blow up. So, you know, this didn't actually work for these guys because I saw the video of a longer portion of this particular video and the actual flames actually just die out. So it doesn't actually blow up. But that's what they're trying to do. This is the city right here. Very difficult to breathe, they said. There's so much toxic smoke. People are having a hard time breathing in the city. They're setting on fire dealerships, it looks like, or is this just like parking lot of motorcycles? It says here they're targeting shops with Molotov cocktails. So they're going into shop areas where I guess they're selling different things like shops and like that Costco. Did you see that Costco? Mexican special forces are moving in with armored vehicles to take out CJNG cartel hideouts deep in the woods. So it looks like there's operations going on inside of these wooded areas. You can see a bunch of smoke back there too. Listen. That looks like a tank back there at the very end. Doesn't that look like a tank? Or an armored vehicle or something. And then these are some of the cartel members shooting at, or at least terrorizing people. Just terrible. Let's see, this is being captured by Sedena is way worse than the police. I guess are these cartel members here? You can't tell the difference between the cartel and the military, Mexican military, because they kind of look the same. So this was a post, this post was done way before all this started happening. This is weird. That's kind of crazy. Now there's another guy here. What's his name? Oh, what's his name? I forgot his name. Here's some more footage here. Let's look at this. Wow, it looks like they're just firing randomly as they're driving down the street. So 5 p.m., you got about 3 hours or so before they start entering homes and hotels if their demands are not met. These threats are spreading alongside videos of fires, roadblocks, and armed groups moving through parts of Mexico. Authorities have been urging residents and tourists to shelter in place, stay indoors, and avoid unnecessary travel. So what is this? Let's look and see what he says here.
This is the map in all the incidents so far. I'm telling you, it's almost the whole country of Mexico that's being bombarded with these fires at this moment. They're lighting buses on fire. Almost so.
That's pretty close up there near our southern border, right? I mean, you're looking at
I'm telling you, it's almost the whole country of Mexico that's being bombarded with these fires at this moment. They're lighting buses on fire. See how I tell you they're doing blockades so people can't get in and out? It's just getting way worse. I'll keep you posted with the latest.
This looks like an airport, I guess. This is the son of cartel boss El Mencho has been captured by the Mexican military and taken to an undisclosed location for interrogation. So this is the son of the guy that was killed. Look at this. So he's in a plane. So he's in a plane. He's in some kind of plane. So this just happened 2 hours ago. That's supposedly the son of El Mencho.
A la verga. A la verga, carnal. Allá que se espere, dile. Ay, ese que viene corriendo ahí.
I was just watching Nacho. This reminds me of Nacho Libre.
Dale para arriba, primo, para otro lado. Para otro lado, córrele. Para otro lado, pues. Para otro lado, primo, para otro lado, jálale. ¿Listo? Ay, no. Ey, no se vengan todavía.
Okay. Let's see, this one is fire footage confirms prison break. So this is a prison break at Puente Grande prison in Jalisco with a fire report at the facility. So this is where they broke out the prisoners, supposedly. And this right here is Guadalajara Airport.
Hola, ¿no me escuchas?
People trying to get out. Looks like they're hiding. They're hiding. There's probably Americans hiding. These are probably all Americans hiding out. They're afraid that something's going to happen. I would be too. I would be hiding out too. So sad. Hiding in the kitchenettes in the airport. This is Americans hiding in the kitchen inside the airport so they don't get shot. Let's see what this one is. Did we see this one yet? Okay, we saw that one. How about this one? All right, this is cartel forces or police. Have no idea. These are, let's go, law enforcement in plain clothes, judging from how the public is reacting to their presence. Mexico is the Wild West. Look at this. Plain clothes. You won't know the difference between whether they're cartel members or they're the police.
El portón, ahí está el portón, la puerta. Aguas, ¿eh? Acá atrás, acá está el banco. Ahí está la puerta y el portón, ahí está el portón, la puerta.
It says here that Sunday of Terror on Cozumel Island, ferocious fire consumes large parts of Bodega Aurora. Customers and employees lived through moments of panic and desperation. So where is this at? Let's see where this is. I'm kind of curious because I know this is spreading. I'm sure this is spreading. Let's look at the map on this and see where this is. So that's right there, right out there. That's what we're talking about here. It says customers, employees live through it. What began as a calm shopping day turned into a nightmare of fire and smoke. A deliberately set fire of catastrophic proportions broke out at the main entrance of the Bodega Aurora store, unleashing chaos throughout the entire Maravilla neighborhood. The roar of flames and cries for help marked a morning that nearly ended in tragedy. A fire started violently at the main entrance, blocking the exit and forcing customers and employees to run for their lives. The thick black smoke, visible from several points on the island, quickly engulfed the building, causing scenes of desperation as people tried to escape the flames. Emergency evacuation. Sam's Club on alert. Sam's Club. That's like they're targeting American businesses like Costco, Sam's Clubs. You saw that one Costco completely on fire. The emergency escalated to such a degree that the staff in charge did not hesitate. Everyone out, both Bodega Aurora and the neighborhood Sam's Club, were evacuated in emergency under a maximum tension operation. Entire families abandoned their carts and belongings out of fear of a massive explosion that could reduce everything to ashes. Preliminary information indicated, wow, look at this. This is inside. Wow, look at this.
Vámonos. Vámonos.
Wow. My gosh. My gosh. Look at this.
Vámonos.
So this is the Sam's Club. This one is a different one, but this is Sam's Club here. Jeez. It says the entrance was reduced to a twisted metal of ashes. There are reports of multi-million peso losses to the businesses. The area is now a bunker of patrol cars and fire trucks. The air is unbreathable and fear persists among the residents of the Maravilla neighborhood. who are afraid the fire could flare up again from the rubble. Tijuana. Oh, wow. This one is in Tijuana. This is close to the border. Cartel violence in Tijuana. This is right on our border.
For real America.
Let's listen to see what this guy had to say here.
How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for joining in. This is Oscar Blue for Real America's Voice News. The level of violence has increased not only in the part of Jalisco and also in the part of Vallarta and in the parts of Michoacán, but also in the parts of Tijuana. Due to the execution of, and it's already been confirmed, of Nemesio Ceguera Diaz, better known as El Mencho, leader of the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, a level of violence has been increasing, threatening the life of American citizens, Mexican citizens in the parts of Jalisco, parts of Michoacán, parts of Puerto Vallarta, and also right now the level of violence of burning automobiles and creating narco blockades has increased in the part of Tijuana. We're seeing right now that they have burned more than 6 to 7 vehicles, and they're burning consistently vehicles in every section, in different sections of the city. Why? This is a message of desperation. This is a message of anger, but this is clearly a message that they are critically hurt and they are critically upset of the elimination and the eradication of one of their leaders and cartel leaders, Nemesio Ceguera Diaz, better known as El Mencho. One of the most dangerous, if not one of the most deadliest leaders of criminal organizations and cartels in history of the Mexican, of the Mexican operations in terms to eliminating a criminal organization here in our country of Mexico. The violence that is increasing as we speak right now in the streets of Tijuana. We are seeing burning automobiles. This is a national security issue in terms to Mexico, absolutely. In terms to the borders with the United States of America, most definitely. And in terms to the presence of this criminal organization inside of the United States, it is clearly one of the things that it needs to be addressed immediately by the Department of Treasury of the United States of America and also by the government of the United States. Clearly, this is a collaboration between the United States government and also the Mexican government to eliminate and eradicate this individual that they had on the watch list for quite some time. Just recently, 19 intelligent officials from the United States of America, armed soldiers and prepared intelligence officials, that they're not specifically saying what kind of army soldiers or prepared intelligence Delta possibly forces soldiers entered the country of Mexico on a specific mission to do an intelligence mission in our country of Mexico. Speculations are surrounding right now the media that these individuals were the ones that they were conducting this mission to basically take down these leaders and this leader of the criminal organization Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación. The violence that is increasing right now in a part of Tijuana. We are right now on the go to go and record the vehicles that they are burning right now on the ground. The level of violence and the level of insecurity to the civilians, it is an high alert. We are waiting for statements of the governor of Baja, Marina del Pilar, to declare what is going on and what is happening in terms to the security issues that we are having right now in our city. Vehicles are being burned, vehicles are being basically threatened. This kind of scenario, we saw it not too long ago in our city of Tijuana, where the Cartel Arellano Felix and also Cartel de Sinaloa was critically hurt in the city, and they immediately started burning vehicles as a sign of desperation and as a sign that we are going to basically destabilize the peace of civilians in the city of Tijuana and also cities in Rosarito, cities like Ensenada, borders that they're connected to the United States, also burning of automobiles. It was not only on this state, but also on different states like in Chihuahua and cities like Ciudad Juarez that they're connected into El Paso, Texas. This is one of the cities that has more presence of the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación. That is the city of Tijuana. They're already threatening and they already closed the airport of Jalisco. The number one of the reasons why it is because Cartel Jalisco has already been present on this airport, threatening civilians and threatening to hijack and also to kidnap American citizens in these sections. Now, we have a lot of American citizens that they are present in the part of Puerto Vallarta. That is a high alert area. Why? Because it is a tourist area, and all these tourist areas, they need to be surrounded by the federal government of Mexico to protect international citizens and also to protect the civilians from Mexico from not getting hurt and from not getting kidnapped or from not getting in the middle of a confrontation. That these confrontations, for everybody to understand, they are going to escalate in the next incoming hours during today. We are on the ground and we are on the go to see where are the epicenters of this destabilized violence that is increasing right now in the city. We are going to be bringing you guys a report from Real America's Voice News, bring you guys the reality and truth of the news like no other network. God bless you all. Stay safe. This is an impact report for every single one of you. I'm driving stick right here, so it's difficult to be driving stick and also to be...
Okay, so that was a report right out of our southern border there. And it is going to be spreading not only, I think, on our southern border, but I think it's going to be happening inside of the U.S. as well. Unfortunately, this is the scenario that I believe is not only going to be exacerbated by the Iran war, but also because of what is going on here. This is also a major influence. We've got cartel members that have basically dug tunnels with the help of Hezbollah. And if you didn't know that, there are tunnel systems under our southern border that have been professionally dug by these Hezbollah engineers because they're expert tunnel builders. They contracted with the cartels for the last 20 years, and a lot of people don't know this, but it's fact. I mean, there's a whole bunch of evidence that confirms this. They were funding the cartels, or they were funding. The cartels were funding the Hezbollah war against Israel for their ability to dig the tunnels and the tunnel systems so they could get their drugs into the U.S. And not only that, but human trafficking, and now probably soldiers and other types of military assets into our country. So we have to be very conscious and aware of what is actually happening on our southern border. Iran has and does have their operatives, I'm sure, that are working in Mexico, not only South America, but also in Mexico. And this all has to do with the Venezuela thing as well. I'm sure there's a lot of very angry people that we've totally pissed off everywhere around the world now that want to do us harm. And because of the way the border is, or at least it has been, I believe they've anticipated these moments under Trump, and they've probably already set the stage for what is now going to be their response. And I don't think it's just going to be some, kinetic war that's going to break out between militaries, but it's going to be asymmetric, guerrilla-type operations that are going to be happening and I always said it was going to be after the style of Mumbai in India, when that massive attack took place, where a few small teams of terrorists came into a city and they commandeered hotels. This is what they did. They came in and they commandeered the hotels. They started looking for Jews and Americans so they could execute them. And they were basically just killing people right on the spot. And they terrorized this whole city for about a week and a half. The military couldn't even extricate just like 20 guys. They were highly armed, and they had all kinds of weapons, and they were very mobile, and they were just going from room to room and business to business, and they held off the Indian military, for a long period of time. I believe this happened in the early 2000s, late 90s. I think that's what, if you want to go figure out how that type of thing can happen inside of the U.S., just use a little of your imagination, because that's probably what they're going to try to do. So everybody should be aware of these types of scenarios. It says Puerto Vallarta is a popular U.S. tourist destination where many Americans are currently vacationing and own property, and it's under attack by Mexican cartels today following the U.S. elimination of CJNC leader Nemesio Osweguera Cervantes. I guess that is El Macho. Honey, isn't El Macho that guy that was in Despicable Me? Isn't his name El Mancho? The guy who was... Did anybody ever see Despicable Me? I'm sure that's what his name was, El Mancho. Let me see if that was it. My kids. Yeah, his name was El Macho. Oh no, it was El Macho, not El Mencho. So El Macho was this dude here. My kids just, love this movie. El Mancho was, and he was kind of a criminal too. But he kind of does remind me of a cartel member. If you go look at the movie, he was kind of a cartel member. Isn't that funny? His name was El Mancho. All right, so here's some other video here. Look at this video here. So this is the Puerto Vallarta. Look at that. They burned down a hotel. That hotel looks like it's on fire. Is that hotel on fire? Does that hotel look like it's on fire? It's all black. It does. It looks like the hotel is on fire. It says, yeah, I've already read that to you. Wow, that's pretty crazy. And by the way, these cartels are very likely armed with these types of drones that they're using in the Middle East, or in the war with Russia. The Iranians have these drones as well. I bet you anything these cartels have these drones. They have everything else. I mean, they've got unlimited resources. Cartels have a lot of money. You know how much money they've made doing this stuff? You don't think that they don't have these weapons? It says the U.S. citizens now are urged to shelter in place after chaos erupts because of the cartels. Tourists in Puerto Vallarta are being terrorized as smoke engulfs the region. Okay, we already showed that. So I guess there was an armed man that was shot dead by law enforcement at Mar-a-Lago? Did that happen today? You got to be kidding me. That happened today? It says early Sunday morning there was a man shot dead at Mar-a-Lago this morning. Did you know? Did you know if President Trump was in Washington at 1:30 a.m. last night? Bartoloma asked. Secretary Bassett explained that President Trump was in Washington, D.C. when the armed man was at Mar-a-Lago. I just spoke with the president. He spent the night in D.C. He was here for the National Governors Conference. Wow. So there was an armed man at Mar-a-Lago who was shot dead this morning. Can you guys believe that? That happened this morning. Wow. That's pretty huge news. I would say that's pretty huge news. Do they got video on this?
Scott Bessent with us this morning. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. We had planned to have you on this program to discuss tariffs, but let me first begin with your reaction. Do you know if President Trump was in Washington at 1:30 a.m. last night?
Good morning, Maria, and good to be with you. I just spoke with President Trump. He,
Oh, wow.
Tonight in D.C. He was here for
Hold on.
Governor's Conference.
Look at what's going on here.
The speech to the governors last night. And, Maria, I just want to say, why don't we look back here and think two assassins,
look at this.
would-be assassins dead.
Look at what's going on.
In jail for life. And
hold on, let me turn this guy off here.
Coming from the other side. Look at this terrible, profane.
Look at what's going on here, guys. This is live footage right here. This is a live camera. Remember I was showing you guys the footage? Look at this. This just happened. This is just going on right now. This is live. This is a live cam. I just heard the helicopter in the background, and I looked over because I've got this feed going on in the background. Look at this. So let's go back and see when, because see, this is live. Look, this is when it started. Look, only about 5 minutes ago. This happened 5 minutes ago. So this is a live feed that I was kind of covering here. You can see a little bit of the smoke. See the smoke over here? You can see the smoke over here in the background. And this is like 15 minutes ago. Let's see. Okay, so this is 15 minutes ago. And then if you go up about 10 minutes, okay, so that's like 10 minutes ago. This is 6 minutes ago. This is 5 minutes ago. So this just started like just in the last 3 minutes. Look at this. And then a helicopter flew over. Because I was sitting there listening and I heard a helicopter fly over. So there's something that just happened right here. This only just happened in the last 3 minutes. See, look. So a helicopter comes flying over to see what's going on. Wow, this is a live cam right here, guys. We'll just kind of stay on this cam here. Look at it. It got even worse. Here comes the helicopter. See, there's the helicopter coming in there. So this is all... You guys can hear me on this, right? Okay, I just turned it down a little bit. So this helicopter's coming in the background. This was like 3 minutes ago. Let's see how many minutes ago this was. Yeah, this was just 2 minutes ago. This was not even a minute ago. This is the... So we're going to go to the live... Right, this is totally live right here, look. So this is live right here. This is a live feed. You can see the helicopter in the background. Right there. And it's flying in a circle here. So there might be something else going on over here. And this is where all the hotels are. This is all of the hotels. The main area where all the tourists are. This is total tourist area. And they've got this helicopter, probably military helicopter, flying over the top here. I wonder if the U.S. is in here. I bet you anything we've got operations going on inside of Mexico right now. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think it is a Black Hawk. All right, guys, so the reason that we are promoting these grow kits is because you can grow your vegetables and everything very quickly within 2 to 3 days if you have a stockpile of seeds, and you definitely need to stock up on the seeds. So we're going to be posting all of those on the site here in the next day or so, but you can get the grow kits. We can also, the seeds that are already there are in, you know, the kit size for the kits. These are the best trays to grow that you can find, and a lot less expensive than a lot of the other ones, and especially in the sense that they're easy to do. But everybody should be getting set up with their food. If you have a alternative source for power, if you have the ability to get you know, other types of protein like hunting, if you know how to hunt, if you know how to fish, you better have all of that set up. The energy that you're going to need, alternative power. We've been talking about this for ad nauseum for many years because we knew these moments were going to begin to affect our critical infrastructure and our country itself. And we knew that Trump was ultimately going to facilitate all of this reset kind of environment. And this is all Build Back Better. This is the golden age, but this is what ushers in the golden age, is the ultimate chaos that's going to affect all of our old way of doing things, right? The old world order is on its way out. But before that really brings in and ushers in that new digital era of controls, there has to be maximum chaos. So in the process of preparing for that, you need alternate power. You need to have a place that's far away from these very populated city centers, because this is what you're going to probably be seeing on a wide scale even in America. And it's going to be affecting your stores, your ability to get food, because they're not going to be able to truck it in. And you're going to have to be able to be secure in a location that is somewhat secure, right? And you're going to have people that you're working with in that level. Now, I know this might sound fearful, some would say fearmonger, but no, this is what is reality of what the world is that we're in, okay? So just so you know, the forces that are behind the scenes that are maneuvering to bring about this type of world order that they're wanting, okay? This has to be the part where they start to build back better, but it has to be destroyed first. So in the process of getting to that point where they can build back better, there's going to be a big event or events that are going to continue. And I would say it's probably on the scale of a world war, right? And how that's going to look, I don't know. I pray it's not as bad as I think it's going to be, but I would say get set up. You know, if you don't have alternative power, you know, maybe solar power would be good, or having some, you know, diesel that you can, you know, get your generator to work for you, or some, I like propane generators that have the ability to have clean energy, but you want to have maybe a battery bank or a power source that you can charge up with solar panels that you can use to keep things, you know, operating. Have a little bit of insight into how things work in terms of tools and equipment that need to be operational, so that you can help not only yourself but those around you. And you want to make sure that you're a person that has the ability to facilitate community in your local area and get connected with people that are farmers, that do know how to do certain things, that are still capable of doing that with the tools that they have. Because I believe critical infrastructure is going to be affected. I believe that your government is not going to be there to save you, just so you know, okay? They're going to be protecting critical infrastructure with their, you know, major data centers and power structure centers that they don't want to be affected. But the average person in the population, they're probably not going to be out there helping you when it really comes down to it, when ultimate chaos does break out. So this is something that you should really be thinking about. Okay, so let's look over here and see what this is. This is from Machacano, Mexico. Let's see where this is. Let's look and see. Where is this on the map? Okay, this is down further down in Mexico. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff going on right now in Turkey, too. It looks like NATO E-3A AWACS airborne over eastern Turkey. I could see something going down right now in Iran. I mean, there's a possibility that this all is in preparation for an attack on Iran as well. Look what it says. Ukrainian President Zelensky, Putin has started World War III and must be stopped. This is what Ukrainian President Zelensky has said just 33 minutes ago. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you could say whoever started it. It's actually happening, so it doesn't matter. I'm sure that the spirit of the Antichrist is in the world right now, causing World War III to begin. So whoever you want to blame, I would say it's probably the devil. Just understand the devil is at work in our world today, and it's affecting all the nations of the world. But hey, we got a board of peace that has 7 top-tier board members and 10 middle-tier board members, 7 heads and 10 horns. And then there's the chairman of the board, that undisputed, self-appointed chairman of the board of this board of peace, who is Donald Trump. Who at Trump is, the Bible says, a little horn that rises up making great boasts. And this little horn is established over this board of peace. Anyways, just saying. Try to make sure everybody gets that. It's very hard for people to understand that for some reason. Maybe because they don't know their Bibles. All right, so this here is, oh my gosh. What is going on here?
But to kind of recap, this is Puerto Vallarta. Again, up here is a romantic zone. This is kind of the Emiliano Zapata area. I don't know when it happened. It was late last night, early this morning. The head of the C here locally got K'd. Can't say that on YouTube or TikTok, but...
All right, let's move on that one.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see what else we got here. Okay, this is Guadalajara Airport. This is how Guadalajara Airport looks like amid the tensions. In images shared on social media, you can see the atmosphere at Guadalajara Airport while authorities maintain security operations in response to the events reported at various points across the metropolitan area. Crazy. Cartel members attempting to block the Tuxpan, Mexico City highway in Veracruz. Let's see where that is. I want to see how close it's getting to our border. I know that they're saying in Tijuana, it's already happening in Tijuana. So this is where they're talking about here. Veracruz. Well, this is still southern Mexico. that. We already saw that. We already saw that. Okay, so it says here that the pattern says this is likely the most serious blow delivered by the cartel in the past 24 hours. Manzanillo handles 45% of Mexico's seaborne trade. The pattern suggests an attempt to place the capital under economic siege by triggering a fuel crisis. The likely goal is to pressure federal authorities into negotiations or retreat. So this is happening on the port of Manzanillo. It says operations have been suspended. It says Tuxpan is the closest maritime terminal to the capital and a key entry point for fuel supplies to central Mexico. Now, this is a pretty serious situation here because they're going to try to cut off imports of very vital, necessary fuel, obviously fuel. This is what's going to possibly happen right now in the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to shut down oil tankers from coming through. Literally millions of barrels a day could literally be stopped by not only the Iranians, but the Chinese and the Russians, because they're doing operations out there. And we're sitting here getting ready to go in to attack Iran, even though the Chinese and the Russians have said don't do it. We're still going to go do it. And this is the same thing that's happening. This is the way they operate. They're going to shut off. They're going to choke us out economically. They're going to choke out our ability to get fuel. Our economy is already teetering on the brink. Even though he keeps saying it's a golden age and that our economy is on fire, I mean, I do think it's on fire, but I don't think it's on fire in a good way. I think that we're just teetering on the brink of a paper tiger catching on fire. That's what's happening. Our economy looks hot, but it's paper. Okay, it's all paper, and all it's going to take is a little match and a little petro. Okay, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to set it ablaze. And once it's on fire, you're going to see the real nature of what happens when paper catches on fire. Now, if it's gold and silver and tangible assets to set a fire to, it's very difficult. That's why the Chinese and the Russians have stockpiled commodities and gold and silver and all the vital, metals of war, right? All the different things that they've been doing for the last, 5 or 10 years. They've actually been seeing this coming for about 5 years. The Russians and the Chinese, and they have been stockpiling. That's what happens when the whole global economy crashes. You're going to be going back to those basic essential tools, the real tangible things that are going to be meaningful to keep you alive, right? Your critical infrastructure, is it sustainable? I mean, or is it dependent on some compromised computer chips from the Chinese? Where they can just disable everything at a moment. They can just disable it from the backdoor chip, right? They got little backdoor chips on all of our chips. There's a little backdoor chip. They basically can shut everything off. So if you want to know that our critical infrastructure could literally be shut off by the Chinese, kind of like that operation when all those pagers exploded, but just think about it as critical infrastructure all going off at the same time. These are hacks that they've been playing with for some time. This is why your phones have been going out periodically. They were testing everything to see when the moment comes, can they literally shut everything off? Yeah, they can. That they can do that. They've already got the ability to do that. And so think about your phones going off, your internet going off, your critical infrastructure being affected, and not knowing really what's going on. Do you have the ability to know? Do you have a shortwave radio? Do you have the ability to hear what's going on outside of your, little area where you're at? Because if you don't know what's going on, you're flying blind. That's not good. Communications are a very important part of having a wartime scenario, and that's what America's entering into. This is reality here. You guys are entering into a third world war. And are you even prepared like other parts of the world are being prepared? No, you're not. You're putting all your hope and your faith in someone that's telling you, you know, big swelling words. I mean, I don't ever trust people that boast. I don't like people that boast because they're usually very shallow and they're only thinking about themselves and their own interests. They're really not thinking about your interests. You know, it's kind of like when they promise you the world and then they deliver nothing. Okay? Don't listen to people like that, because all they're doing is setting you up for a massive fall on your own face when you find out that nobody's really there to help. You better be looking to God to help you and having a little bit of smarts to get yourself prepared for what's about to hit the fan. And here's Donald Trump posting on his Telegram account. He just posted this just now. The most gold medals ever won by Team USA at the Olympics. President Donald J. Trump. Hooray! We've won gold medals. That's beautiful. Thank you for letting us know that we're awesome. In spite of all these things that are getting ready to hit the fan, and we're going to be like getting caught up into politics. I mean, into you know, the Olympics and diversions. Aliens are being disclosed. Aliens are going to be. Trump's going to talk about aliens. Wow, really? Oh, that's great. Let's talk about aliens or the Olympics. How powerful and mighty we are in our skills at games. You know, like let's go watch the football game. Like, really? You want to watch the football game right now, right? While everything around you is burning, you're going to watch the football game. They set an airplane on fire? You got to be kidding. They're burning planes in the Port of Vallarta International Airport. Look at this. Wow. Can you believe that? Uh-oh. Look at this, Mexicali. My mom lives right in this area. Mama, I hope you're aware what's going on. Tried to warn you guys. Coming across the border. California's right here. San Diego right here. Let's see. All right, here's the real-time map of incidents that are happening in Mexico right now. This is the map right here. Real-time incidents. This is the border of the U.S. and California, right here. There's Tijuana. There's an incident here. It says here, I can't read it because it's in Spanish. And I'm not able to I can't read it, so I don't know. I'm going to have someone that knows how to interpret here. What the heck happened here? Vehicles set on fire. Okay, so those are vehicles that have been set on fire. That's what that is. I don't know how to get rid of this thing here. So vehicles that are set on fire. Well, we'll keep this map on the bookmark there so we can see what's going on as it unfolds. El Salvador beaches. What is this? Oh, let's see here. This is agents of the PNCSV, which is the police of the El Salvadorian police, provide security to national and foreign tourists visiting El Salvador beaches. This was posted today. I guess they're watching out, making sure nobody's going to get hurt. That's kind of crazy. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, it says the situation remains tense in Tijuana. Oxos are closed. I don't know what that is. Oxos? What are Oxos? What is Oxos? I have no idea what that is. It says public transportation has been suspended. 2 helicopters enter from the United States. Oh, looks like we're going to get some more military stuff going on in there. They continue trying to set vehicles on fire. The population is urged not to go out unless absolutely necessary. Mencho. This is, I'm not sure what, those are helicopters, I guess. It says, okay, here's the helicopters here and right across the border of Tijuana. You can see them up here. And let's see what this is. Some more fires of vehicles on fire. And I guess this is just saying that things are closed. This one here I wanted to show you, Mario. Let's go look at Mario's channel here really quick. Mexican soldier fresh off El Mencho kill op in Jalisco almost got. They waited to ambush me, but I'm still standing. He literally stopped the bullet with his face. What? You got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Look at this kid. Look at how young he looks.
Estoy bien, estoy bien. ¿Estás sudando? Mira, güey, nomás se me quedó aquí la puta ojiva, hija de su puta madre, güey. Casi me carga la verga, ¿viste? Mira, me pelaron la verga, güey. ¿Tiraste? Sí, güey, aventé, güey. No mames, güey. ¿Se bajaron todos? Güey, revísame. Estoy bien, estoy bien. ¿Estás bien? ¿Estás sudando? Mira, güey, nomás se me quedó aquí la puta ojiva, hija de su puta madre, güey. Casi me carga la verga, ¿viste? Mira.
This guy they just got done getting El Mencho. This is the guy that was involved in the operation. And look at what he caught, a bullet with his face. The bullet is still in his face. It looks like the bullet is still in his face. Holy cow. Can you believe that? Okay, so this is 18 seconds ago. See, we were just showing this footage, I think, of this helicopter. Look at this. Is this a U.S. helicopter? No, this is Mexican. All right, so that says helicopters are buzzing over Mexico right now, and authorities are cranking up aerial surveillance after El Mencho's fall. All right, this was right next to the border here. Guys, this is right next to the border.
Boys, it's another burned vehicle right here on the international road that connects to Playas de Tijuana, just steps away from the border wall. This is the most aggravating thing about this, that this is the 6th car or the 7th car that it has done, that they have burned today. The CJNG cartel going relentless today as doing a message to the population and to the Mexican citizens that they are not going to stop this wave of violence. As a message with what happened today on the execution of Nemesio Ceguera Diaz, better known as El Mencho, leader of the CARTEL Jalisco Nueva Generación. This is another burned vehicle that just was basically destroyed, just steps away from the border wall. If you see right here, this is a national security issue. This is an issue that it should be taken care of immediately, that it should be taken care of seriously, and that the cartel, it is relentless, and it is sending a message not only to the American, to the Mexican public, but also to the American population, that they will continue with this wave of violence in this particular areas, and that they will do these burning of cars right here, just steps away from the border wall. If you see right here where this was taken care of, where this happened, we see 2 layers of the border wall right here, but it's just so close right here next to the border wall that it's completely shocking how they are not even, being threatened by what can happen by the Mexican government towards them. So this is actually what is currently happening right here in the city of Tijuana. This is the car number, I think that is 6 or 7 that has been burned today. We were just on another location. This is another one that it was burned today. Let me flip the camera for everybody. Thank you so much for joining in. This is Oscar Blue for Real America's Boys News, reporting on the ground in the city of Tijuana, where this is continuing. This is continually developing, a developing story. It is not stopping. It is just basically an ongoing story, not only in the central parts of the country of Mexico, where they have tried to kidnap people in the airports. They are threatening also Mexican citizens in the part of Vallarta, in the part of Jalisco, in the part of Michoacán, but also in the borderlines in Tijuana, where the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación has a lot of presence. And this is not the first time that they have done this. This is the 2nd time that they are doing this. This is the 6th vehicle that it has been massively burned today. They burned a bus today close to the roads going to Tecate. This is vehicle number 6 or 7. It is a pickup truck, but the most aggravating and concerning thing about this, that it should be a national security issue, an immediate national security issue for both sides of the borderline, but immediately for the United States of America, it is how close they are doing this next to the border wall. They are not even complaining about, they're not even concerned about what the American authorities can do to execute a mission. This close are the CJNG cartel that is operating, and it is more concerning that these people have massive technology to operate on both sides of the aisle, drone explosives, and all the equipment that is needed. So this is just basically the start of the that is speculated to continue. This is another automobile that it was burned today right here in the middle of the international road that connects the west side to the east side. You see a police officer right here backing up to securing the road. Also, the whole road has been completely secluded and has been completely closed. It is affecting traffic. They're basically moving the people from the west side of the mountain all the way down south to this community right here, and they're coming up to this particular road. It connects again to go to the central parts of the city of Tijuana, but this is the 6th vehicle that has been continually burned today as a message to the Mexican government and ultimately to the Mexican people that these people are still present and they are going to not cease this wave of violence and this wave of burning automobiles in the city of Tijuana. God bless you all. We will be reporting more from our platforms and releasing a report later on this afternoon.
All right, guys. So that was Oscar Ramirez report. We're going to be keeping an eye on that channel as well. Just so that you guys know what I was talking about earlier, these are the seed kits. You definitely want to set up your seed, your ability to get vegetables and making your own right there on your own counter by a window. You can basically set these things up in rotation so that you're always going to have vegetables. You get a little bag like this, a half a pound of seeds, and this will be like almost a month's worth, probably more if you're just one person, of vegetables, actually, it's probably even more than that. You're just going to need a good intake of green vegetables that are going to be healthy for you. Seeds are very important to have. They're like gold. You want to make sure you stock up on seeds. Get them in bulk. We're going to have bulk orders as well, but these kits are the best sprouting seed kits you can get. You can have a whole tray of vegetables, 8 by 10, full of vegetables in 2 to 3 days. Some of these seeds are sprouted in 3 days to 5 days. They're full all the way up. You can chop them and put them in your food. Get your protein. Make sure you're supplied in every way. The more of these you have, the better you're off. If you're going to do like a little small business, you get like 8 or 10 of these trays, and you can just sprout and sell them out, because a little bag of sprouts, if you go to the store, they're like $10 for just a small little bag. Make your own. You know, pennies on the dollar. Have your own supply, and don't be dependent on some of the food that's coming through the supermarkets that's filled with glyphosate. President Trump has just mandated that glyphosate is a national food security. What did he call it? It's basically a part. They're basically immune from any kind of prosecution, just like the vaccine makers were, of any kind of ill effects that it's having on people's bodies. And they're basically letting it just go free, as well as all the food coloring. They backed off on all that. Now food coloring is okay. You can go ahead and leave it in all the food, that it's just poisoning and killing everybody. But these are forever chemicals. You don't want that. Even on your organic foods, you got to be careful, because they're spraying all your food with this stuff that's causing cancer. And you probably know everybody. You probably know people all around you that have cancer. Well, they're promising that they're going to heal everybody's cancer with all these new vaccines. You don't want to get yourself into that. Get yourself far away as far as you can. Grow your own food. Get around people that are growing food organically, and buy your food from local organic dealers if you can find it. Get your cows or your beef or your lamb or anything from people that are locally, raising their herds. Don't go through these supermarkets. You don't know what they're putting in the food now. And by the way, Trump is trying to supply our beef, right, by importing beef now, because we can't make up enough beef. Our beef is, and all this bird flu now is hitting the fan. They're saying now birds are being culled all over the United States right now, and that bird flu is coming back. It's affecting cows. It's affecting skunks. It's affecting all of the, chickens, and they're saying geese. And I think that there was a case of a human that supposedly got bird flu now too, but they're preparing, and everything is being set up right now for the second round of pandemic. So you remember how everything was cut short, all our supply chain was cut off, everybody was locked down. You got to be secure in what is coming. It's not just the wars, but it's the famines and the pestilence. The Bible says all of this would begin to hit, and I think we're very close to that happening. So make sure that you've got yourself set up. Get your mung beans, get your alfalfa sprouts, your broccoli. You got radish here. You got wheatgrass. It's very good for you. And then detox with the zeolite. We send this out as ASAP. We're going to try to ship as quickly as possible, because we don't know how much more longer this is going to continue on. I think our economy is on the brink of collapse. It's the golden age, but it's not golden right now. It's on the brink. This has all been ShamWow salesmanship and hopium talk to get you to be lulled into a a trust and a reliance upon what they're telling you when they're going to pull the rug out from underneath you and everything's going to fall apart. So we're telling you the truth. We're trying to get you guys set up and ready in real time for what's happening. Amen. All right. Your links are there in the chat. Support the channel at the same time so this message can keep going out. They're trying to stop everything from being told to the people in real time about what's true. So you need to support what we're doing. We're not funded by any corporate interests. I got out of all that because I didn't want to continue to promote stuff that was taking people's attention away from what was really happening. They want you to promote all this fake gold companies and, all this other crap they want you to get distracted with. And I'm not going to give into it. I'm not going to sit there and sell my soul to get money, okay? I would rather tell you the truth and have that in and of itself support itself, okay? We're going to support what we're doing by you, the good people out there. Amen? All right, let's continue. Just raising a little bit of extra funds here because we're definitely needing it. And if you want to just support the channel, just become a part of our channel. Get a donation out there if you're somebody of means, and help get this message out for everybody, because really it's all about the message. It's not just the news, because this is all bad. We're talking about the good news. My daughter, like I told you guys, my kids have these dreams that I think are prophetic, but one of the dreams she had last night was that we were feeding people. We were giving food away. We were literally giving food away. People were coming to our house and we were giving food away. And I'm telling you, I think it has everything to do with getting people alerted and ahead of this, of what comes. Back when COVID happened, everybody was so happy that we gave everybody a heads up on the food disappearing, because a lot of people went to the stores and bought food because of our warnings. We told people the masks were going to disappear, and everybody thought it was a big joke and funny and laughable. But then when they all disappeared, everybody started listening. Then we told people the food was going to disappear, and it did. 2 or 3 weeks later, all disappeared. Then we told people the supply chain was going to crash, and it was going to be shut off, and it did. And everything was short. They called it the everything shortage. Just know this, what I'm telling you is going to be much worse than what happened in 2020. So you better get ready. And be prepared spiritually in every way. This is all a type and a shadow of you preparing spiritually. Get your heart right with God. Spend some time in the Word of God. This is where the real food comes, the food of the soul. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. If you don't know the Word of God, and you're not meditating on His Word daily, and you're not prayerfully contemplating the condition of your soul and getting that right, well, then nothing else matters. Seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, right? And then everything else will be added to you. Everything else will be given to you to know what to do, when it's going to hit the fan, what to do, where to go. You're going to be in the right place at the right time, instead of those that are rich that are in the wrong place at the wrong time. A lot of rich people are going to be caught unaware because they didn't listen to the Lord. So I pray for even the poor people that are really trusting God are going to be the ones that God's going to really save and protect. And I'm not saying just physically, but in every way, your soul is what needs to be protected. Everybody thinks, well, I just want to be safe in my secure environment, and outwardly that may not be the case. That might not. But are you secure eternally? Because if you do happen to be caught up in whatever's going on, at least you have peace in your heart. At least the Lord's taken you in a way that you're right with Him, right, before you go. You're not promised a long life anyway. At least, maybe not in this dispensation because of what's going on. But, everybody says, well, I don't know. We'll get into all the prophetic stuff later. But let's see what else we got here. This is some of the tourists on the rooftops looking at what's going on. Look at this. Trump's congratulating the ice hockey team. They won gold. Wow. Trump's very happy about that. He just posted again. While our southern border's on fire. That was another thing that I couldn't understand during COVID, is that Trump was not aware of what we were watching unfold in real time on YouTube. And I was covering it for over a month, going in from January into February of 2020. And I couldn't understand why Trump was not even addressing any of it. It was actually discounting it as if it wasn't a big deal. I was sitting there shocked. And that's when I started waking up about Trump. When I started seeing how Trump was responding to the COVID situation and how he was way behind, his intel should have been way advanced. And I think they were. I think they just wanted it to get to the point where it got and how it affected the U.S. I saw it coming in January, early January, and I was warning people in early January. Trump didn't say anything until like the end of February going into March. And we were already telling people to get supplies in the end of February. We were telling people to buy the masks in January, the end of January. We were saying, you better get your masks. They're going to disappear. They're going to go up in price. And people were laughing and scoffing and saying, I can still get the mask for 25 cents. You're just a fearmonger. You're just making all these things up. And I'm like, no, if you can get them for 25 cents, you should buy them right now, because those N95 masks are going to be gone. And then when they disappeared, everybody came back after they laughed a little bit. And even my own mother said, she sat back and watched me with my brothers, and they laughed at me. They said that I was crazy. They said, you were crazy. We thought you were crazy talking about mass disappearing. And then when it happened, it was over. Then I started telling people, now you better be ready because your food is about to disappear. All right. So I'm telling you again, I'm giving you another heads up. This is going to affect you. This is going to affect this country. It's going to affect critical infrastructure. It's going to affect gas. And I'm not just talking about what's going on in Mexico. I'm talking about what's going on in Iran, what's going on in Russia, what's going on in Taiwan, and everywhere else and in between. It's all going to hit the fan. And they're doing it on every level. Everybody should be aware of this. And if you can't see it, I feel sorry for you. Go to another channel and just say that don't want to go to Robert's channel. He's fear-mongering again. I'm telling you reality. And if reality is fearful for you, well, then you need to get right with God. Meanwhile, Mexico's everything is under control brochure is aging like milk in real time. How should tourists and locals stay safe amid escalating cartel violence in tourist hubs? Our economy's on fire. It's the hottest economy ever. I wonder what silver futures are. Have the silver futures come out yet? I'm thinking that everything's gonna. I think the stock market's gonna go down. I think gas prices are gonna skyrocket. I think gold and silver are gonna go through the roof. Jeffrey J, thank you very much, brother. I think Jeffrey, I was just talking about silver, and I think silver's going to go through the roof. I think that we're about to see the effects on our economy and everywhere in between. The ones that are saying fearmonger are the ones that are afraid. They're the ones that are afraid. And they don't want to hear reality talk. They want to hear hopium talk. They want to hear, yeah, when we come in, everybody's going to jail. That's what they want to hear. Yeah, the Epstein files are all going to be disclosed and there are a whole bunch of people going to jail. That's what they want to hear. They want to hear, yeah, here's your $5,000 stimulus check for every American in the United States when we find out all the corruption and Doge is going to ferret out all this money. $1 trillion is going to come back into our economy, and you're all going to get $5,000 stimulus checks. Yeah. Or tariffs are going to make us so much money that you're going to all get $2,000 stimulus checks, because you all need stimulus, right? Because our economy is really roaring. You just need a stimulus check, don't you? Because our economy is so hot, hot, hot. And so here's your $2,000 stimulus. Oh, wait a minute. That never happened either. But wait, you bought a Trump phone for $500 back last year? Oh, that hasn't been delivered yet? Oh, but don't worry, it's coming. Don't worry. In case the government goes bankrupt, though, you might not get it. Because that's what Trump is used to, is a lot of bankruptcies. He does bankruptcy after bankruptcy after bankruptcy. But you know what? He always makes money on it. He's always talking about how he makes money on bankruptcies. So America's going bankrupt right now, but it's a hot economy, and he's making a huge amount of money for you and me. So praise the Lord. Anyways, go back to silver. Go back to your gold. Go back to your seeds. Go back to your, making your own garden. Go back to your own community. And the whole world is going to go to hell, and it's on fire. I'm feeling hot too, A-Dub. How can I buy you a coffee? Somebody's asking how can they buy me a coffee. You just got to hit that link. Somebody post a link in there. Somebody wants to support what we're doing, but they can't figure it out. And I understand. I mean, our links are all hidden underneath our video, but here, it's right here. This is the way you do it right here. You hit that link right there, buy a coffee, and become a member too. You can become a member or a follower. When you hit that coffee link, that's the best way to do it. All right, let's go back over to this guy's channel and see what else he's got to say here. This other guy, Oscar. Let's see what Oscar has to say. 4 minutes ago, what happened here?
Se está calentando Aguascalientes. Ahí está el tanque. Se está calentando Aguascalientes.
Policia. So it looks like they're getting ready to La Cruz. Where is this at? This is the Mexican army is deploying heavy armor to crush the narcos and shield civilians. After taking down the leader, the streets are getting locked down and the military is hitting back. So it says. And this guy here, let's see what else he has to say here. That was 15 minutes ago. Oh, he's live right now. Let's see.
For the Mexican territory. Sí, ¿verdad? So much.
Let's see what he's saying here.
Leader, and it is a vicious and atrocious leader like it was Nemesio Ceguera from CARTEL Jalisco Nueva Generación. It was speculated, a couple of yesterday, there was a WhatsApp group that they were saying Nemesio Ceguera, El Mencho, was killed. And then they started saying that it was fake news. We're talking about that it was around 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock at night that they were saying that. And it was fake news in the morning, and it was, greatly confirmed. And then the burning of vehicles started. It started that we are located in the city of Tijuana, where several vehicles have been burned. Now the count goes up to 8 vehicles, and we are on the road and on the move right now to another location where there is another vehicle, apparently a BMW, in the main highway.
Thank you, Aaron. God bless. Thank you for that coffee, Aaron. Good job.
Level of increase of wave of violence that it has, been increasing in several sections of the city. It is right now being contained by the authorities. There has been no confrontation whatsoever between the organized crime cartel groups, armed groups, and the government. It is going to be a long week, and I will tell you this. It is going to be a really difficult week. It is not going to be controlled easily. This criminal organization, the CJNP.
Okay, so he's got his thing is off there. Greek Goddess, thank you very much, Greek Goddess. What the heck happened to this guy?
They are just riding along the communities and the neighborhoods to make sure that the citizens are safe. Now, we are going around this right now, this whole community, this whole neighborhood, because the vehicle that it was burned it basically shut down the whole connection between the east side and the west side of the city. We are riding right now, going to the central parts of the city in connection to the west side again, because there's another burned vehicle. Now, going back to the topic that is extremely important, that this is a breaking news issue. CBS informed this, and a lot of medias from Mexico have informed that officials or special forces from the United States entered into Mexico in collaboration with the federal government to execute this mission. But also, it is important to inform that the ones that led the operation and that executed the operation were the federal agents from Mexico. This tells you that there is an enormous collaboration between the Trump administration and the Department of Defense of the United States of America in collaboration with the federal government of Mexico. This is one of the biggest executions possibly in Mexican history in terms to eradicating and eliminating a cartel member. This is one of the most vicious and atrocious leaders of a criminal organization. This tells you that this execution of this plan was basically perfect, and that a lot of people are asking why he was not detained, why he was not stopped. Well, there's a lot of speculation towards that. What I can just inform right now and confirm it is that there was a collaboration between both authorities, the Mexican authorities and the American authorities. Not too long ago, and it is confirmed, there was some special forces coming into Mexico, around 19 armed special forces, tactical special forces from the United States. 19 individuals that they are highly trained, highly tactical trained to do specifically, missions inside of, vicious territories or, situations that they are completely aggravating and difficult, like the ones that we just saw today. Now, we cannot confirm, and these officials or these special forces individuals were the ones that collaborated.
Thank you, A-Dub. God bless you. Thank you very much.
And there is a high possibility that this mission was executed in a bilateral mission between the Mexican government, that it was conducted by the federal agents and led by the federal agents of Mexico, but also collaboration with special forces from the United States. It is coming via CBS, that it was just reported, but ultimately not only that, it is also now being more confirmed by other medias in Mexico. This is not a speculation anymore. This is confirmed information that has been happening in the parts of Culiacan. That also in Culiacan we have seen that CIA agents have been seen, intelligence officials have been seen. Let me flip the camera so.
Oh, okay, guys. This is Cancun. The entrance to Cancun. Tense situation throughout. This is so where are we at in Cancun? Is this Cancun is right there. So this is Cancun.
Level of security is. These are federal ministerial agents that they're checking right now on every location. They're riding in front of me right now as we are on the ground right now, live reporting for every single one of you guys. Another burned vehicle. The city of Tijuana is hot right now. Another burned vehicle was also recognized in the part of El Murua. That is another also neighborhood. Let me back up right here because this guy, I think he stopped right.
God bless you, Renee. God bless. Thank you very much.
He just moved. So these are federal agents. These are ministerial agents from the city of Tijuana, checking every community and making sure of the security. Possibly they have some intel of aggravated violence in terms to these agitators that they're continuously burning cars and threatening and taking away the peace of the population in Tijuana. We are in direction to the west side. We're going around. This is clearly we're moving around the whole city, and we're going around the whole city, just showing you guys how the violence, how it is increasing. Now, going back, that is not, something that is new of a collaboration between, have said. Now, this mission that it was executed, it is one of the most, I can say one of the most perfect missions to execute in a cartel member, leader. And
his sound keeps going out a little bit, but let's scroll ahead to the live moment, see if we can see any other burned vehicles. And he's driving around to see if he can see. He's showing footage of in real time. So this is an actual live video here, but I want to go directly to where he's at right now. I mean, he is definitely a news guy, so he knows how to talk. But this is live right here. So I scrolled up to the live moment.
In their borders, to safeguard their borders, to have eyes on the sky in case of a drone attack by these people. Why? Because these people are highly equipped, highly technology equipped, and.
Did you not hear him say the drones? I told you guys the drones, right? Listen to what he's saying.
It tells you that, this can escalate. Yes, it can escalate. It tells you that it is not going to decrease. We're seeing a tow truck right now removing. There's the pickup. Pickup truck that it was, recently burned. We're approaching the area where the other apparently was burned. And yes, right here, this is the area where the other vehicle, we're approaching the area. You guys are going to catch it live right now. Yes, this is another vehicle. We are approaching the area, and we're going to continue to go live right here as there was another vehicle that it was burned. We're going live right here. See this vehicle, if we can catch it live right here. Continue to go live with you guys. Let me get my camera and continue to go live. We're on the ground reporting for you guys. Let me flip the camera so I can get ready.
Well, it looks like he's going to show something here. Let's see. This is real-time footage.
Okay. Yes, we have another burned vehicle, and it's another BMW, as we were speculating. It is not a speculation. It is a BMW that it was burned. We're going to continue to go live and get some video for you guys. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. You see the burned vehicle right there on the top. The area, it is secure. Get some B-roll. Sí, cómo no. Sí. Muchísimas gracias. ¿Hasta dónde me puedo acercar, viejón? ¿Hasta dónde puedo acercarme? ¿Aquí? ¿Me agarras video? Sí, porque estoy en vivo. Sí, gracias. So this is another burn vehicle. How's everybody doing for joining in? This is the... ¿Cuántos van en el día, Beto? ¿Como 8? Arriba de 8, ¿va? Sí. More than 8 vehicles have been burned. As you see, the road, it is closed. You see the tow truck coming now from this area to another vehicle that it was burned. As we have been informing for you guys the whole day of the recent cartel activity, this is another one that it was burned right here going on the west side of the city. Operation of the police right here. The whole side of the operation. Military, and also you have special forces from Mexico right here. And the other vehicle, we got 11,000 people watching. How's everybody? Thank you so much for joining in. Share this video, like the video, and be sure to follow our page. And be sure to be following Real America's News and also RAV in Espanol, Real America's Voice News in Spanish, for people to see more of this, what is currently happening. Let me just get of the whole area where it was burned. So if you guys analyze where am I located, look at these communities right here on the top. That these people control these communities, and they control areas, these random areas right here, these mountain areas. When they are burning a car, it is specifically to send a message to the population, to the government, have control of these areas and that they are present on these particular locations, and that they are completely upset of what happened today. Now the tow truck has arrived right here to pick up this vehicle, that it will be vehicle possibly 8, 9 that they have today. Estoy en vivo en X y tengo cerca de 2.
Thank you very much, Josh Lacey. God bless. Thanks for letting me speak the truth. It's worth a lot more than this. Amen. Thank you very much, Josh. God bless you.
It's more vehicles that are being burned due to the level of cartel that is escalating. Until now, they haven't informed another one that it has until now. But as we were just reporting on one, they reported on another one. And it was just...
So basically what he's saying is that there's just a lot of cars being burned. Okay, those cars represent, cartel-controlled areas, and these are happening all along the border with the United States in places like Tijuana, okay? You're talking about right a stone's throw over the border. And do they have drones? He talked about drones. I told you guys, drone technologies are probably possessed by the cartels. They have lots of money. They have lots of equipment. They look like their military type equipment is something that they've got money to buy, that you wouldn't think that they would have any problem getting drones, especially if they're working with groups like Hezbollah, and Iranian interests are also in Mexico as well. If you didn't know that, it is a very real possibility. So if this does escalate into some kind of war with the cartels, they might look at America as a target, not just Mexico and Mexican government, especially if Trump was involved. So that's probably what they're going to be looking at as trying to cause maximum disruption to America's, security in some way, asymmetric warfare type tactic. So that's why I told you guys, be very aware of that. Also, if you want to be alerted in real time, make sure you download our app, the BP News app, by going to Apple or Android and making sure that you have it on your phone. And when you do get there, subscribe, because it's very important that you're subscribed to get the text alerts. We can also send a push notification, but text alerts are very important. Just listen. Robert here at BP News. wanted to let you know that we've got the early warning alert system set up. It is the BP News app. Don't miss out on breaking news when it happens in real time. You will get a push notification and or a text alert. In order to get the text alert, once you download the app, make sure you hit the right top hand corner icon, little person icon up there, and register with your phone number, and that way we can send you a text alert. Otherwise, just use it as a guest and get the push notification. That comes directly through the app, and you'll see an alert when we go live. Stay in touch with all of our social media as well here at BP News. God bless. All right, there we go. So he's in real time here in Mexico. He's obviously just real excited about what's happening here, and it's definitely happening all around Mexico. But for those that are on the border, recognize that this is a message that the cartels are sending Americans. Not only are they in the tourist traps and places like Puerto Vallarta, Cancun, they're sending a message that this is going to go home to America as well. And if they are taking hostages, it's going to remain to be seen what's coming of this, because I think what's going to end up happening is their demands, or whatever those demands may be, are not going to be, satisfied, and they're going to start doing stuff like they said, going into hotels. This, just like I said, brings back the whole Mumbai incident in India. I hope it doesn't go that route, but it could get really ugly if it does. But let's continue to see what else he has to say here.
The defense of the United States has said this, and it tells you that, it is not a speculation anymore. It is that there's a bilateral collaboration between these two governments and the Trump administration. Pressure on the Mexican government to basically conduct these missions of execution of these cartel extraction of leaders from leaders of cartel cells into the United States, and also execution of eradicating laboratories in the middle of mountains and areas. Administration just executed something perfectly in the part of Culiacan, closing more than 12 companies that these companies were providing illegal precursors and substances to the cartels and to the Chapito cells, that is the Cartel del Sinaloa, providing them illegal precursors to make fentanyl, and they closed those companies, arresting 12 of the leaders inside of these companies that they were providing these illegal precursors for them to construct fentanyl to cross it to the United States of America. This tells you that this accomplishments that happened during this year to eradicate fentanyl, to slow down fentanyl of the use into the United States, has been one of the most significant things possibly, in terms to slowing down the use of fentanyl and the crossing illegal substances of the United States. But also it tells you the level of effectiveness of communication between two governments to try to eradicate these criminal cells and to destroy these leaders of cartels. We are waiting right here so you guys can see the automobile coming down on this tow that I'm waiting on. You see the armed forces. Let me just close it up so you guys can see high caliber weapons, not playing around. They are, look at the gun on that guy, man. Let me do a close. Look at that. Look at that. This is National Guard right here. Look at that guy.
All right, so now this right here is the cartels. Look at what the cartels are armed with. Check out what they're armed with. These are the cartels. And don't they look like military? Check it out.
We're just waiting on this. Ahorita que nomás suben el carro. Okay.
On your southern border.
Otro en Lomas Taurinas. Está lejos, ¿no?
gente del señor Mencho! Aquí andamos echándole ganas por el control, Mencho. ¡Puro grupo elite, señores! ¡Pura gente de Mencho, señores! ¡Pura gente de Mencho, señores!
And that's what you're dealing with. These are the cartels down there.
Just informed us. Let me flip the camera so I can. Another burned vehicle did just have informed to La Colonia in the neighborhood Lomas Taurinas, that is to the east side of the city. So that will be between 9 and 10 vehicles that they have been burned. Lomas Taurinas, it is basically well known for the assassination of, in the 90s, of Luis Donaldo Colosio. And also it's a rough neighborhood that is located in the part between La Colonia Libertad, parte alta, and parte baja. Lomas Taurinas is in a cliff. So there's Parque Colosio, es donde lo quemaron. In the park where Colosio was assassinated, that is where they found the car. Wow. So another burned vehicle, breaking news for everybody. Another one. We have been reporting on just 3, just on this moment in less than an hour. So another burned vehicle to be in Lomas Taurinas. Let me flip the camera so you. Be sure to follow our page and be sure to follow our X page. Thank you.
So they're saying that all the United Airline flights are being canceled. Alaska Airlines have also canceled flights to Puerto Vallarta. Delta Airlines have issued travel advisories for not only Puerto Vallarta but Guadalajara, citing civil unrest, while American Airlines issued an alert for both airports. So multiple airlines have suspended service. Air Canada suspended service, and it says that they're warning citizens in Jalisco and Tamaulipas and parts of Michoacan. I can't spell it. Guerrero. These are all, warnings. Oh, look at this. The Dow Jones is going down. See, so like I said, silver and gold are going up, just like I said. And when all this really hits the fan, guys, silver and gold's going to skyrocket for a period of time. Once we go into ultimate chaos, it's not going to be as much. You want to just get what you need. Don't let the inflation eat up all your dollars by just keeping your dollars in some kind of bank or something, because I'm going to tell you what, or bonds or anything that has to do with stocks, you don't want to be in anything like that, because it's all just hoping. It's like Trump telling you to get into Bitcoin at 100,000, saying it's going to go to 1 million. And where is Bitcoin at right now? Like 60,000 or 70,000, I think it is. So everybody lost money that listened to Trump. They lost like half their money if they bought in when he told them to. And they were pumping it up. They kept talking about it week after week, and the Suns were saying it's going to go to $1 million, and then it went up to 120, and then it crashed, right? So all those people that listened to Trump and his sons, that put in money at 100,000 or going up to 120, they lost half of their money overnight, like practically. So don't be getting yourself caught up into this hopium of a golden age, because that's never going to show up the way you think. It's an occult golden age. It's called order out of chaos. Chaos has to come first. That hasn't happened yet. Chaos is on the way. Okay, when chaos hits, a lot of people aren't going to make it through. Okay, I'm trying to make sure you're prepared in every way to make through as much as you can. In every way, your heart has to be right first. But everything else that comes as a result of that, may be a result of your heart being in the right place or in the wrong place. This guy, I think, ended it. Is this it? No, this is a different guy. Okay, let's see what this says. All right, he's speaking in Spanish, so I can't understand anything he's saying. Let's see what this guy's saying here. That's not it. Wow. This is the prison right here. Look at this. They did a prison break, I guess, on some of the cartel members. They attacked 2 prison officers are dead. 2 prison officers dead, and the escape of inmates. You see what they did? Look what they did. Look what they did. Look what these guys did.
¿Ya la prendieron? ¡Súbete! ¡Súbete, Peque!
So they hit the guy in the head. Look. They took his car. They stole whatever they wanted, and then they lit it on fire.
¿Ya la prendieron? ¡Súbete!
Just terrible, terrible, terrible. What else is going on here?
Right now at 5:30, chaos breaks out in central Mexico after a powerful cartel leader was killed in a military operation. Video from Puerto Vallarta shows several vehicles and buildings set on fire. Officials say cartel members are responsible, saying it's in retaliation to the military operation. Right now, the U.S. Embassy and consulates in Mexico are urging U.S. citizens in these parts of Mexico to shelter in place. Good evening, I'm Trayson Bragg. In just the last few hours, several planes landed in Houston from Mexico. It's as several flights to and from places like Puerto Vallarta have been canceled. Troy Kless joins us live from Bush Airport, where he spoke to some passengers who just returned to Houston and saw some of the chaos firsthand. Troy, those are obviously some tense and scary moments for those passengers.
Exactly right, Trayson. One woman tells me that she was waiting on an airplane for 2 hours before they were able to leave their flight out of Guadalajara, and that is what several people experienced in multiple parts of Mexico this afternoon. Now take a look. After a cartel leader was killed in Mexico, as you mentioned, several car fires were reported on streets, and many people that we spoke with saw images like these on the way to their airport. Many passengers returned to Bush Airport on Sunday feeling very distraught. At Houston airports, there were 4 flights to Puerto Vallarta that were canceled and 4 more flights that had to turn around and come back to Houston. We also spoke to a woman who just arrived this afternoon from Guadalajara who says she saw several cars on fire and vehicles with flat tires on the way to the airport.
Get to our gate, we're boarding, and then all of a sudden the employees are like rushing us to get in. Like we're on the bridge to get into the aircraft, and then they're just rushing us, like hurry up, get in, doesn't matter.
And right now, the U.S. government is asking U.S. citizens in certain Mexico locations to shelter in place. That traveler saying that she, despite the chaotic circumstances, that her particular airline had handled the situation well. She could see ground workers that were scrambling as all of this activity was going on. We're going to hear more from other passengers who just arrived from Mexico tonight on KHOU 11 News at 10. For now, reporting live at Bush Airport, Troy Kless, KHOU 11 News.
Yeah, terrifying moments for them after officials say El Mencho.
El Mencho. All right, let's just see what else we got here.
Vehicles have been burning.
I think this guy's no longer live.
Thank you so much for joining in. An update.
So he's
moved
off
from that
the
past
air.
location.
All right, so I guess that's it for right now on that guy. But these cartel members, man, they're pretty bold, and really just kind of not really caring about people's lives here. Let's see, this looks like it was just posted. This was posted 9 minutes ago. What is this? So this is the National Guard. So this is the National Guard. All right, this is, I think we saw some of this footage. Let me see if this is the same. This is a Black Hawk, obviously, in Puerto Vallarta. This is some more of the footage of what's going on in what it looked like in Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta. Look at all the cars burning. Now, and I think they're burning buildings too. I know they burnt 20 different banks, from what I understand, probably more than that now. I guess we'll find out and see how far this is going to go. It looks pretty chaotic to me. I don't think it's going to simmer down anytime soon. Let's see. Let's see what we got here on YouTube here. I think we probably have some more footage here. This is a live stream right here of Puerto Vallarta. Right there.
Criminal or
Literally everyone in my chat is saying Karen, Karen.
Oh my goodness. Again, folks, I feel for her.
In front of the white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene. I'll give you a picture of the shotgun and the gas can to have with you. So that's what we know now. Investigation continues. The FBI is the lead investigation agency on this case, and we will be assisting them in whatever manner they would like, and they will be responsible for answering any other questions at an appropriate time. Agent Skiles.
Good morning. Again, my name is Brett Skiles. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for the FBI's Miami Field Office. First of all, I'd like to thank the Secret Service and Palm Beach Sheriff's Office for their quick response in this matter and close collaboration. Since this area of the shooting was under Secret Service protection at the time, the FBI is assisting the investigation. Currently, our evidence response team is processing the scene, collecting evidence, and we'll continue to work the scene for as long as it takes. One thing I would ask the public is if you live in the area of the shooting, please check your exterior cameras for last night, early this morning. If you see anything that looks suspicious or out of place, please contact us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or contact the West Palm Beach Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rafael Barros. I'm the Special Agent in charge of Secret Service Miami Field Office. Earlier today, two special agents from the Secret Service and a deputy from the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office were involved in an officer-involved shooting while responding to an armed individual at one of the gates at Mar-a-Lago. Preliminary information indicates that the individual was armed with a shotgun and a possession of a gasoline canister. Agents and the deputy discharged their firearms to stop the threat. At this time, no law enforcement personnel were injured during the incident. we want to be clear. The President of the United States was not in the state of Florida. And this remains an active investigation by the FBI. Thank you.
Okay, this is the picture that I'm going to give you of the shotgun and the gas can, so you got it with us. All right, so you'll have that. Like I said, there's a lot more investigation to be done. FBI is the lead agency. We'll be assisting them. And fortunately, nobody was in jeopardy inside because of the quick action that was taken by the deputies and the Secret Service. All right, do we have any relative questions? All right. Yeah, we're going to give it to you. All right. Okay, that's it for today. Say that again, ma'am. There's two agencies involved: Sheriff's Office, Secret Service. Well, that's under investigation right now. Okay.
Was this person known to law enforcement prior to the incident?
Not right now.
Can you clarify where on the perimeter it happened? You mentioned
At
by
the gate. Yeah.
At the front gate over there?
Yep. They're the north side. He was just inside the inner perimeter, yes. All right.
Was anyone involved wearing body cameras?
Pardon me?
Was anyone wearing body cameras?
Yes, we always do. Only words that we said to him was drop the items, which means the gas can and the shotgun. He put the gas can down and pointed the shotgun at the officers. I don't know.
How many shots were fired?
Don't know that either yet. It's part of the investigation. Okay, folks, our rules before we get going. I'm going to give you all the information that I can give you and I'm allowed to give you. The other two gentlemen with me will give you a brief statement also. After that, we'll get...
So this is just the beginning right here. We kind of missed the beginning part of it. I want to just hear the first part of it.
Relevant to exactly what I'm talking about. All right? No what ifs. What about this? Don't get off base because we're not going to answer that. We're going to give you what we know and what we can. All right? So keep that in mind. So you good to go? All right. My name's Rick Bradshaw. I'm the sheriff of Palm Beach County. I have with me from the FBI Special Agent in Charge Brett Skiles, Special Agent in Charge Rafael Barrios from the Secret Service. Also, I have Resident Agent in Charge David Clancy. At 1:30 this morning, the security detail detected that a individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. A deputy and two Secret Service agents on the detail went to that area to investigate. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene. I'll give you a picture of the shotgun and the gas can to have with you. So that's what we know now. The investigation continues. The FBI is the lead investigation agency on this case, and we will be assisting them in whatever manner they would like. And they will be responsible for answering any other questions at an appropriate time.
Good morning. Again, my name is Brett Skiles. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for the FBI's Miami Field Office. First of all, I'd like to thank the Secret Service and Palm Beach Sheriff's Office for their quick response in this matter and close collaboration. Since this area of the shooting was under Secret Service protection at the time, the FBI is assisting the investigation. Currently, our evidence response team is processing the scene, collecting evidence, and we'll continue to work the scene for as long as it takes. One thing I would ask the public is if you live in the area of the shooting, please check your exterior cameras for last night, early this morning. If you see anything that looks suspicious or out of place, please contact us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or contact the West Palm Beach Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rafael Barros. I'm the special agent in charge of Secret Service Miami Field Office. Earlier today, 2 special agents from the Secret Service and a deputy from the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office were involved in an officer-involved shooting while responding to an armed individual at one of the gates at Mar-a-Lago. Preliminary information indicates that the individual was armed with a shotgun and a possession of a gasoline canister. Agents and the deputy discharged their firearms to stop the threat. At this time, no law enforcement personnel were injured during the incident. We want to be clear, the President of the United States was not in the state of Florida. And this remains an active investigation by the FBI. Thank you.
Okay, this is the picture that I'm going to give you of the shotgun and the gas can, so you got it with us. All right, so you'll have that. Like I said, there's a lot more investigation to be done. FBI is the lead agency. We'll be assisting them. And fortunately, nobody was in jeopardy inside because of the quick action that was taken by the deputies and the Secret Service. All right, do we have any relative questions? All right. Yeah, we're going to give it to you. All right. Okay, that's it for today. Say that again, ma'am. There's 2 agencies involved: Sheriff's Office, Secret Service. Well, that's under investigation right now. Okay.
Was this person known to law enforcement prior to the incident?
Not right now.
Can you clarify where on the perimeter it happened? You mentioned
At
by
the gate. Yeah.
Or at the front gate over there?
Yep. They're the north side. He was just inside the inner perimeter, yes. All right.
Was anyone involved wearing body cameras?
Pardon me?
Was anyone wearing body cameras?
Yes, we always do. Only words that we said to him was drop the items, which means the gas can and the shotgun. He put the gas can down and pointed the shotgun at the officers. I don't know.
How many shots were fired?
Don't know that either yet. It's part of the investigation. Okay, folks, our rules before we get going. I'm going to give you all the information that I can give you. I'm allowed to give you.
I just had to go get something really quick. Let's check out and see if there's anything else here. Doing a real quick little break here in the meantime. Let's see if we got... This is still the live feed on Puerto Vallarta. Let me just check and see if there's anything else, and then we'll... If nothing else, we'll just kind of close it up here. Let's see what happens.
Ha llegado ya una camioneta de los servicios periciales de la Fiscalía General de la República, aquí a la Fiscalía Especializada en Delincuencia Organizada, la FEMDO, la Violeta y Reforma. Numerosos elementos de la Guardia Nacional del Grupo Murciélago están resguardando este convoy que salió hace unos minutos de la Rengal de la Fiscalía General de la República del Aeropuerto Internacional de la Ciudad de México. Ha llegado un fuerte dispositivo afuera de esta fiscalía aquí en la colonia Guerrero, en donde observamos una camioneta de los servicios periciales que se encuentra en la parte exterior de esta principal fiscalía. Un fuerte dispositivo en esta zona que ya le he referido de la alcaldía de Cuauhtémoc, exactamente afuera de la FEMDO, en la parte posterior de esta calle de Soto. aquí en la alcaldía de Cuauhtémoc. Así es como llegó en un convoy fuertemente armado con este grupo especial Murciélagos de la Guardia Nacional, quienes han acompañado esta camioneta de los servicios periciales que se encuentra en el fondo de la Fiscalía General de la República. Esta es la información que tenemos hasta el momento. Soy Ricardo Vitela, desde la zona de la Colonia Guerrero.
The whole country is behind you. Let's get this thing done, all right? American swag. Let's get it done here.
46 years ago today in Lake Placid, the miracle on ice. The United States.
I'm not saying anything because I'm eating really quick. This is the one that Oscar found, the car that Oscar found a little bit ago, and he reported on this one on fire there. Hold on, I'm almost done.
Vengo llegando de misa, cuando de repente...
Yeah, it looks like some people were shot there. There's holes all in these cars. These are National Guard cars that are Mexican National Guard. And so it looks like there might even be somebody that's shot there too. But you can see there's holes all in the car. It looks like they shot up the cars pretty good. If you look right here, look at the windows. You'll see in the windows and the doors, there's all kinds of bullet holes. So whoever was in there is probably dead because this went right across the, where they would have been. Look at the windows on this one. See, I think there's somebody laying down here on the floor on the back here. It looks like there's somebody laying out there. This car obviously was shot up pretty good. You can see bullet holes all throughout the car. So I guess El Macho had gone after this guy. He decided to assassinate Omar Garcia Harfush because, according to El Macho, he didn't let him work in peace. Against all odds, he survives. And 5 years later, he becomes Secretary of Public Security of Mexico. And now, only now, the board has completely changed, and the final move is no longer yours to make, which they're talking to El Macho. He's teamed up with U.S. Special Intelligence, and they neutralized El Macho, the cartel boss. I guess this is when he was in the hospital, right here. He might have been, they tried to take him out. And I guess that was his truck. Man, look at all the bullet holes in that truck. So I guess they tried to assassinate him a while back, and he survived. And now he has teamed up with Trump to go after the cartels, I guess. And these are they call them the Delta Force of the cartel organization that they say is the forget what they call it, PMG or something like that. PN something G. Oh, sorry. I hope I didn't blow out your eardrums on that one. Look at this poor little dog. Look at this poor little dog. He's like running across the... He's like, get me out of here. These people are crazy. Look, you'll see him running across here in a minute. Look at this little doggy. He's like, get me out of here. These people are net. These people are crazy. Look. Where'd that little doggy go? There he is. Poor little doggy. He's scared to death. Oh, Lord. That's absolutely crazy. It says the intense operation upon the arrival at CMDX of the body of Mencho, who was seriously injured in Jalisco and died during transport, according to official information. Mexico should... It says, anyways. What is this? What the heck? That was weird. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. I think I got my sound up way too loud. One more time. What? Is this Elon Musk? Oh my God. And you know what? He's probably, I bet you anything he posted this. No, he didn't. Understand the universe? Yeah. I wonder if Elon's an alien. Maybe Trump's going to disclose that Elon Musk is an alien. Wouldn't that be weird? If they're like, yes, he's one of those Andronabin aliens from, you know, he's one of the white, they call them the white hats or whatever, the white hat aliens. Yeah, whatever. Let's see what else we got here. Ooh, look at this weird drone. This is a very strange Hagomosphere drone, and it rolls around and flies. Let's turn off that music so we don't get in trouble. Look at that thing. And then it flies in the air? Really? Serious? Okay. I see a turtle. That's the top of a bike. Some people see a snake. I see a turtle. So this is the group right here, CJNG. This is what they call the cartel in Jalisco, I guess they call it. Yeah. Oh, well. Let's see what Mario was saying here on this. So this was just posted 9 minutes ago. Okay, so that's the same thing we've been. Well, this is a different shot of it. So what they're doing right there is they're giving air cover for the troops. These are probably government forces here on the ground. Those are all government forces, I'm sure, but they don't really. Their vehicles are not nothing like what the cartels have. Look at that. That's a machine gun, and it looks like it's on top of like a Ford. These look like, are these Fords or are these Toyotas? They're probably Fords, I bet. And then you got the air support right above them. Is this a Black Hawk? I'm guessing that's a Black Hawk, and you can see it's got mounted guns. Look at the guns on the side there. You got a gun there and you got a gun there. These are probably 50 cals to take out any opposing force that might attack the guys on the ground. So they are literally going through the city with these attack helicopters to take out any kind of resistance, you know. Look at those guns. Those are machine guns, probably 50 cal machine guns on both sides. Wow. And like I said, they're giving air support for these guys down here. You see how they're just kind of hanging out there, giving them air support as they go through the city. They're going to have to do this a lot because these cartels are not going to stop. What happens if they start doing stuff in America? Think about this. What happens if these cartels start operations inside of the U.S. Are we going to mobilize our National Guard? How's that going to work, you know? Seriously, think about it. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? What's your thoughts on all that, guys? Let's see what else we got here. This is the one that shows Costco on fire. Look at this. Mario says, consider this a warning. If you ever needed a reminder why border security is important, this is Mexico today. Yeah. This is just to enforce everybody's adherence to what we're doing in Iran and what we will be doing militarily around the world to enforce our security, right? We're going to push the U.S. security. Well, see, what this does is it does potentially cause a destabilization of what these other major powers expect. And if we do push them too far, especially if they don't feel secure, because we're basically on all their borders with, you know, nuclear capable, you know, positions that surround their countries, then maybe they'll start to want to make us feel uncomfortable here at home, here in the U.S. as well. Because their world order, and I say that according to the BRICS, according to what they expect, because they really do expect America to fall. If that doesn't materialize, and then they feel like Trump's actually doing something that's undermining their ability to gain some kind of balance, then we could have a Pearl Harbor type event, like a Pearl Harbor. You know, when you embargo a country, like Japan in World War II is what we did. They attacked us, right? They attacked us. So when you embargo like Cuba or Russia, because that's kind of what we're doing with all these, taking out all of their, you know, their allies. China, they all depend on Venezuelan oil. They depend on Iranian oil. And if we start taking out their hubs of, you know, of resources, and they feel threatened by what Trump is doing, they might in fact launch some kind of an attack against us. Have you ever thought about that? Yeah, that's a possibility. So I would say it's very important for America to think, hey, we're not invincible and we're not in any way immune to an attack by very powerful forces that could do it even in an asymmetrical type of way. I would say like hacking. I would say maybe the thing that you might want to be looking for is a major hack on our critical infrastructure. Something that would affect electronics and or, you know, electricity, phone service, etc., websites that are very critical, internet type communications, and then also these type events that cause fear, like, you know, like this, like what you're seeing right here in Mexico, could also happen somewhere in within the U.S., maybe in different places. There, you know, just all it would take is a few different locations within America for this to happen, where you see these. I mean, just look at what happened in Mar-a-Lago today. This coincided with Mar-a-Lago. Tell me that if that didn't succeed, the guy had a gas can. So if this guy had a gas can and he had a gun and he was at Mar-a-Lago, think about what would have happened if he would have succeeded in doing something. I mean, what could have potentially been connected? Could people have freaked out that this was connected to what's going on in Mexico? You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about it. What do you guys think? What's your thoughts on that? Mm-hmm. I think everybody should be thinking about those possibilities. And did you see that airplane on fire? That's also pretty crazy footage there. I mean, you had that airplane on fire too. That was just absolutely. I don't think that they had. I don't think that they had the footage of that airplane on fire. Let's see, Mexico. I mean, look at that. I guess they didn't actually have any real footage of the actual plane on fire, but who knows? That could have been AI, for all I know. Unless you really see it, you almost don't know. What is this? Is Trump fighting the cartels in Mexico? And okay, okay. So wow, this is weird. So okay, that was in January. January 21st. I thought it was like yesterday, but it's February 21st. So this is actually a month, almost exactly a month old. You see right there, January 21st. He asked, is Trump fighting the cartels in Mexico? And is it following orders because of the pressure? She said the C-130 Hercules airplane cargo was here in Mexico only for training. Was she lying? This is the president of Mexico. And he was questioning that. You see how this guy, Oscar, we were talking about, was questioning that just a month ago. And there was a lot of unrest in Mexico not too long ago. If you guys remember, this area right here where he's standing, I think there was all kinds of protests. They were trying to break into the federal building. This is a federal building. I think this is like the Capitol. And they were assaulting the whole building with all these protesters. Remember that? And I guess he's questioning what's going on here with the cartels and whether or not if America is involved, because this is obviously Mexican government, but we're there supporting it. He's asking the question, and that's exactly what's happening. Abraham Jesus Ambriz Cano, alias El Yogurt. The El Yogurt. Hey, El Yogurt is a rising leader within the CJNG. He heads a branch inside of the Fuerzas Especiales Mencho, or FEM, known as Operata Yogurt, also called Los Yogres or Los Yogriza. He currently has men operating in Jalisco, Quintana Roo, Colima, and the mountains of Michoacan. Yogurt was born in 1997, and he first entered the world of cartels. He worked for Los Vagras, who at that time was part of the Centelles Unidos, whatever that is. Okay, an anti-CJNG alliance. So this is like just the world of the cartels, but I guess they're saying this guy's probably taken over. Oh, wow. So they're telling tourists to leave right now. Look at this. Check out this. So it says that this is how the city looks from the sea. A black day. Let's see what he says, what this is here. All right, so there's something else here. Hold on. It says car explodes after being set on fire, and it's being reported that clothes and passports are being taken and taxi drivers are being killed. They're telling tourists to leave.
So everybody is being told to leave the area right now. Here on the beach, the tiki bar is being cleared out. All of these things are being cleared out. It's being roped off right now. They're asking that everybody vacate the area and leave immediately. You can see the smoke. I don't know if you can, the smoke in the sky. But we were just walking on the beach and we saw smoke everywhere. And we're being informed that there's major cartel violence happening right now all over Puerto Vallarta. Apparently, they've captured a top-ranking cartel member, and when that happens, all-out war happens. A number of cars have been set on fire, motorcycles set on fire. In fact, there were some attendees of Anarchapulco who were in a taxi cab. Taxi drivers are apparently targeted by the cartel. They were they had their car shot at. The taxi driver was murdered, and the car was set on fire. All of their luggage has been burnt, including their clothes and passports, in fact. So it's a pretty scary, dire situation right now. We're being told, do not go out at all. Do not walk in the streets. Do not get in a taxi or an Uber. Do not go to the airport. In fact, the entire airport may be shut down right now because of this cartel violence. I mean, we heard Trump mentioning a while back that he's going to go after the cartel in Mexico. Is this the beginning of that? Are we witnessing it live? I don't know, but everybody here has just been instructed to leave the area immediately. The entire beach here is being shut down. It's clearing out, and really intense situation going on here in Puerto Vallarta. So I'm gonna continue to document this as we do. We're gonna stay safe in our hotel. I don't know if you can see the smoke in the air, but it's all over the place. It's thinned out now in the last hour, but apparently, from what I understand, there's a whole bunch of cartel violence happening all over the city right now. We don't fly out until tomorrow, but hopefully it's not going to be an issue for us, because as it is right now, the airports might even be shut down. I hear the military is getting involved. Some of these cartel have, in the past, shot down military helicopters because they literally own rocket launchers. So this is serious stuff. This is serious stuff. Again, everybody is being forced to vacate the bar, the beach area.
All right, so look at this one here. This one here was posted by Mario just a few minutes ago. He says helicopters are now circling downtown and Emiliano Zapata area in Puerto Vallarta after a narco blockade set several cars and buildings on fire. Not exactly the local vibe tourists expected. They're saying that the Mexican army just rolled in heavy into Puerto Vallarta. This is what we were showing you guys. Troops were flooding the south side, Black Hawk gunships circling overhead like it's hunting season. And yeah, look at that. This was 1 hour ago. Let's see what this is here. Several convenience stores were set on fire. What's going on here? I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I think they're going to set this place on fire here. Let's see. They set it on fire? Dang, they said they set it on fire. I don't see no fire. All right, so let's see. We got a little something else here. Let's see. This is just came out. It says southern Mexico's Oaxaca region. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Oaxaca region announces closure of schools tomorrow amid ongoing nationwide clashes between Mexican security forces, National Guard, and Jalisco New Generation Cartel. So it's CGNG again. That's what we're looking at. And this is right there by, right below Mexico City, near Guatemala, the Guatemalan border. Let's see if I can show you that picture there really quick. Waka. That's how you say it, Waka. You say it Waka. Yeah. Right there. So they're basically closing off schools. I mean, I'm sure they're going to be closing everything down if it gets really bad. We'll be finding out here real soon, I'm sure. They were getting ready to light that thing on fire, it looks like. This says that, remember, Dmitry Duduman had said something about Mexico being one of the places that we're attacked from, remember? Dmitry Duduman tried to tell everybody. And by the way, this confirms a lot of what, for those who don't know about our background and some of the things that we've been warning about for like 15 years, some of the personal prophecies that we got. This is what you might say is a spiritual conversation here, but Dmitry Duduman, who I personally met twice, and who I believe that had a message for America, and he went viral back in the early 90s on Christian networks about his testimony out of Romania. Persecuted pastor, ultimately exiled under miraculous circumstances, predicted ahead of time the death of Ceausescu and the fall of the Iron Curtain, prophesied it. Then he began to give a message to what would happen in America's future, and he began to talk about how we would be attacked by Russia and China and Mexico. Mexico would also be a part of that, as well as Cuba. And he did mention another country that he didn't specify because he said he couldn't remember exactly which one it was, but they would target our nuclear facilities. And but this unrest would begin within America, which we see happening. And he says when the government is in looking inward, when all these things begin to happen, see, right now we're still focused on Iran, we're focused on Israel, Iran, South America, now probably, what's going on in Mexico. But when things start happening internally, and this is why I think that they're setting the stage right now for the National Guard being in every state and all these different detention centers that they're building or that they're buying. They're also setting up these mobile detention centers all throughout the United States, in every state, and they're preparing for something. And we know that since the first of the year, that Trump signed this order to get these quick response National Guard teams of 500 mobile at a moment's notice to be deployed anywhere in the United States, not to mention the federalizing of local and state law enforcement under federal control. There's a reason why he's doing this. For some reason, they know that there's something going to happen. And during this period, when everything does escalate with internal, that's when Dmitry said we would be attacked. And he said it would happen through Mexico. It would happen as Cuba would be a part of it. And you look at how destabilized Cuba is. This is very similar to what happened to Japan during World War II. We embargoed Japan. They couldn't get any oil in. They were basically a sitting island that was starving, and then they sneak attacked us. They considered that to be an act of war. And I believe that's the same thing that's going to happen with Cuba and Russia and China, all their allies working together, Iran. We're basically pushing them to the point where they have to attack us. And that's not to say that they're not enemies or competitors on the global stage, but they don't think that we're playing by any kind of basic rules of, you're just declining empire. What are you going to do? Well, now we're a threat to them because we do have a very powerful military still. Even though our economy is failing from within, they're still going to look at us as a threat. Now, they've prepared in every tangible way that they could over the last 5 to 10 years. We've told you that China and Russia have all been accumulating and stockpiling commodities, and they've been doing that for a reason. It's almost as if they're preparing for a world where those things aren't available, and they're getting prepared for some kind of global conflict. And that's been ongoing for quite some time. Now, has America been doing that as well? No, we've been selling all of our grain. We've been selling off everything. We've been selling, basically just shipping everything out that we have all of our resources, all of our power, all of our money. And we've got a strong military, but that's about it at this point. And now Trump's, is telling everybody, well, we're going to rebuild. We're going to get our economic engine rolling by bringing back jobs and manufacturing. But it's already too late. Like, I really think it's way too late for anything to be rebuilt. That would take 10 years at least to get us back up into a place where we're even competitive with places like China and all these other places that are manufacturing. And yeah, we're trying to take over resources like Greenland and Venezuela and maybe even Iran. We want to own it all because we don't have anything here at home. But is China and Russia going to allow that? Or are they going to try to sabotage through their proxies, Iran, Hezbollah, cartels, et cetera, et cetera? Are they going to try to sabotage us from within? Well, that's when Dmitry says that we're attacked. And so I kind of wonder if this is kind of what we're seeing here. And he also mentioned Central America. I think he mentioned Nicaragua in his prophecy as well. It says New Guatemala will increase military presence, patrols, and surveillance among the Guatemalan-Mexican border as part of Operation Ring of Fire following the fall of El Mencho. Menso. Doesn't menso mean a pain in the butt? What does menso mean in Spanish? Does anybody know? I know my mom used to always call me a menso, so. Let's see what it means. What does menso mean in Spain? Someone who is foolish, naive, or a bit slow. and my aunts, my aunt and my uncle, they used to call me feo. And then when I got older, I found out, what does feo mean in Spanish? Does anybody know? It means ugly. It means feo, feo, feo. It means ugly. But they say Mexicans and people that have Spanish background, they always call their kids bad names, or they always call their kids derogatory names in an endearing kind of way. So I don't know if that was a part of the culture. I'm just not familiar with. But anyways, I do have a little Spanish background. Okay. It means dummy. So menso means dummy. So you're a menso. All right, so here it goes. This says here that it looks normal within our resort, but all the gates are locked and nobody is going in or out. Access to the beach is locked. Smoky air has dissipated, but further away, very bad. Fires still are going on. This is according to a Canadian that is in the area. It says she said that staff cannot go home or night staff cannot come in. It's too dangerous. Wow. Somebody said, I hope you don't get I hope you don't get stranded too long on your Mexican resort. Hopefully it doesn't ruin your vacation. Yeah, what the heck? I didn't think that shelter in place meant to swim around in the pool and have a cocktail. It means you're getting your butt in your room and lock the door. Right. Seriously. That's what I was thinking. Yep. Pretty crazy stuff, huh? States where CGNG is currently causing violence right now. These are all the different states within Mexico. Look at that. Wow. even in Baja California. They're even causing problems there too. So this is a countrywide kind of uprising of the cartels. And several other states with lower or more sporadic levels of violence attributed to the CGNG. Here you go. Here's the maps. Right there. Look at that. Baja California. Right there on the border there with Cali. Hello. Hello, California. Do you hear what's going on here? Tried to warn all you guys, especially by the border. I've been telling people in Cali that this is not safe. Hello. One day there would be troops coming across the border. I told some people that I know that live near the border. That are governed by Marina? What is Marina? Who is Marina? Political party of Marina. Okay, so it's a political party in Mexico. So this political party, all of these red areas where their cartels are governed by this political party. Let's see if I can show you this here. Wow, so that state there too. So I'm thinking that it's right up there against Texas too. Texas is going to have issues too. Look at that. They also are powerful in that state right below Texas. I'm not sure what state that is, but it's right there. They're not saying there is anything going on right at the moment, but it's a good likelihood that something could happen there. They're saying that people are getting calls from strange numbers not to answer. I don't know if that means it's the cartels or what. It says if they call you from a strange number, do not answer. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Let's look at see what people are saying on it. Weird numbers are ghost calls. They ring and hang up to check if your line is active. Then they sell the data to scammers for extortion, phishing, or info theft. It says they're planning it. Why now? A surge in phone spam in Mexico. 18 plus calls a month on average and more extortion cases. Why the viral alert? That's why the viral alert. Don't answer, don't call back, block them, and done. Stay safe. Yeah, because it's happening in the U.S. too. I've been hearing people say that they've been getting a lot more spam calls lately from who knows who. Have you guys have any of you been having that issue? A lot of extra spam numbers? Somebody said they've been getting spam numbers too since the early morning. All kinds of spam phone calls from all these weird numbers. Is that weird? So I guess that's the leader. They call him the supreme leader. Is that him on the right? I'm trying to figure out which one is which. I guess that's the guy on the right, right? I don't even know. Because let's see. $200 million worth of crypto longs were liquidated in the past 60 minutes. 200 million. Is that bode bad for Bitcoin? Let's see what the Bitcoin price is. Oh yeah, like I said, it's going down. Tried to warn everybody. And then I told everybody, if you're going to do anything, get into real money like silver and gold. I'm not to say that you know it's going to save you or anything, but still, look, silver's going up and away. Gold prices are probably the same, $5,200, like I said, and I suspect silver's going to go up to about 140, and then that's probably, if you got it, you better dump it around 120, 130, dump it, and then that's it. I think that's before all the hell breaks loose. I'm going to just kind of give that heads up. I think it's going to all break loose once it make a little extra money, and then take that and buy some food, buy some things that you're going to need, you know, make a few donations to your favorite YouTube channel. Before it all hits the fan. Everybody needs to stock up in some way on some things. But then again, like I said, it Does it really matter if your heart is not right with God? Is your heart right with God? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Man shall not live by bread or gold alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Your life is not redeemed with corruptible things like silver and gold. Those are all corruptible. Your life is redeemed by the precious blood of the Lamb. Right? That's going to give you an eternal security and eternal peace. Now, I know that Trump says that he's going to bring eternal peace. He's talked about that a number of times, eternal peace. That's only reserved for the Messiah. The only one that can ever bring you eternal peace is God himself through Jesus, right? Trump can't do that. I know he has a peace board, but he has promised eternal peace, which is not for him to ever give. He might be able to bring some semblance of peace on earth, but it's all sham wow, because it's going to turn into chaos any moment. So if you believe the eternal peace, sound bites of Trump, you're in for a rude awakening. The only one that can give you eternal peace is the Lord himself. Amen? And gold and silver is not going to do it. Now, did you just see, I was looking at silver just now, and in the last few seconds, it went up from 86 to 86.31. That's a huge increase in just a few seconds. I think it was just within a few seconds, right? Like, I looked at it a minute ago, and it was only at 86.31. Let me look and see. I'm going to look back on the archive here. Let me go back on the feed here really quick and just see if I was right on that. Let's see. Yeah, it was $86 just like about 36 minutes, like about 2 minutes ago. If you scroll back just like about 2 minutes, it was at 86.00. Now, for silver to jump 30 cents in like a few seconds, that's huge. For silver to go up $1 is like, it used to be massive news. $1 or $2. Now it's going up like $10 in one session, in one day. Like, seriously, silver and gold is the new Bitcoin. All right. That's something you should be thinking about. Anyways, time is short. It's at 86.44 right now. Look at that. It's absolutely crazy. Let me. I didn't look at gold really quick. Did I see gold? Let me see what gold is. Just curious. 5,176. Wow. But anywho, Scott, don't cash it in yet. Wait a little bit longer. Wait till it goes up to like 120. I'll say be safe and let it get up to 120. Then I think it's going to go up to like 140. And then you better do something with it. Don't just keep it in dollars, because that's the worst thing you could do. You better translate it into something tangible. You could always translate it into souls, Go out and help somebody, go feed somebody, go manage to set up some kind of food kitchen or something, like go help people find a place to live if they're homeless. They're people that are good people out there that are just getting eaten up by the economy. And then that way, you're investing in eternal treasure. You're investing in eternal treasure. So, these things are all going to pass away. So don't put all your hope in your money, because money is not going to save you. And if God has called you and your number's up and it's time for you to, give an account for what you did with the little bit that God gave you, you better have done the right thing with it. Amen. And I'm not just talking about monetary things or material things. I'm talking about your time, the talents that you did have. Did you get out there and were you a witness? Did you share your faith? Did you give a cup of cold water? I mean, obviously material things do have a place in ministering to people's needs, but really that opens the door for them to hear you. You know, when you give a cup of cold water in my name, right, then you're opening the door for them to listen. You know, you give somebody a food. This is why Jesus provided fish and loaves before he preached. You know, he preached, he opened the door by meeting their need, and then he preached to them. How could they hear if they were too busy thinking about getting something to eat? Maybe they hadn't had food for like 2 days. Well, go out and minister to somebody, give them something to eat. Miracles and all the other things that people can receive. You know, the good word. The good word is definitely a deep word. It's a very profound word, and it takes time to understand it. And the more time that you have with people, the more time that you can expound on those principles of truth, the more you can reveal through the Holy Spirit's guidance those messages that are eternal. Then people will begin to, be satisfied. It's like drinking water. You're satisfied when you're thirsty. Eating some good meal when you're hungry. It's like a parallel of what truth is. And so you got to feed and nurture people in a spiritual way. So the Bible talks about taking your tangible resources and making friends for eternity, making eternal treasures, preparing yourself for those eternal treasures. Don't put all your eggs in this basket, is all I'm saying. It's not really, things are going to pass away. And who knows? It might pass away in a big fireball, or it could pass away because God calls you back and he returns and says, come on up. Or it could be your moment when your time is up and you could have a heart attack and die. And then who's going to have all your stuff? You can pass it on to your relatives and then they'll fight over it. Amen. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna close it up, and then we'll be back if there's anything major that happens on the back end. If there's any major news that breaks, we'll definitely be back to alert you guys through the app and all the other social media that we have. We'll give you guys a heads up on when we go live again, if there is some major breaking news, and or if we just decide to go and talk about other news that's out there, because there could be a lot of other things that happen between now. It's already 5:30. Wow, my goodness. All right, guys, God bless. You guys all have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon. Amen.